Connection problems today.
What would you say?
You guys having connection problems today? Did you get booted out, Daniel?
What would you say, Miss Jamia?
You guys having connection problems this morning?
What do you mean?
Did you get booted out, or did you just log out and log back in?
Yeah, you was frozen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I left and came back. Hello.
Good morning, Simon.
Good morning.
You know what? I need to ask you guys something. I want you to tell me if you can see this board if I write on it. If I write, can you see that?
I can see it.
Can you see it clearly, or is it so?
It's like I can, I can see a little bit of it. I can see that says and.
Yeah, ANI, Annie. Can you see it, Kendall?
It's small. If you do anything smaller, it might be kind of hard to see, but for now I can.
That big.
Okay. So that right big on here. Okay. About 2 minutes. 2 minutes. It is 27 degrees outside this morning, you guys. 27. Good morning, Russell. How's your foot? I can't hear you. Is it getting better? You still have a cast on it or something? Or is no?
No, cast just got healed.
Okay. And you walk on it?
Yep, I can walk.
I've been praying for you. I'm glad you're getting better.
Thank you.
We got 1 minute. We are all of our classmates, guys. Watch, everyone's gonna come in like right at 9 or 9:01.
Excuse me, what order are you going to go on?
For what? The seminars?
Or the seminars, yes.
So this morning we're doing. We always do math first. So it's math, and then Latin, and LTW.
Are we doing science?
Yep, we're doing that after lunch.
Okay. Thank you.
We will not have Deegan today because she's at her grandpa's funeral this morning. Good morning, William. Good morning, Towie. Okay, guys, it's 9:01. So who we waiting on? We're waiting on Grant and Charlotte, right? And Eden won't be with us today. So that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, it's 3. Who am I missing? The third person. Or did I already say it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, who am I missing? Shiloh, Grant. Help me out. Okay, we're gonna get started. Nevertheless. All right, guys, we're back in full swing today. I'm ready for it. You guys ready for it? So you get to sleep in on Monday. No more having to wake up early on Monday. Okay. Let me- Okay, we know the rules. always good to review them. Turn off any third-party devices. Today, guys, we're going to be playing Kahoot, and we will be in Nearpod today. So when you open up Kahoot, I'll give you further instructions later for Jordan and Daniel. I'm not sure if you know how to do that yet. We're going to be playing Kahoot for Latin review today, and I'll let you know the code and anything. So you'll have to open up a separate window and keep it open. Okay. And in terms of Nearpod today, we're going to be in and out of Nearpod. So I need you to keep that window open. Do not close it. Okay. Come to class on time, dress appropriately, use your first name so I remember who you are. Keep your audio on mute and your cameras on. Mute your microphones. Be respectful. And you guys have done so much better with this. Keep up the good work. Participate. I have disabled the chat for now because if you have a comment or a question, I need you to ask me because I don't always see the chat. I'll turn the chat back on when it's time for me to give you the logons for Nearpod and Kahoot. Okay, and so when the chat is on, we need to use it responsibly. Simon, can you turn on your camera, please? We want to have fun, and that's it. You guys remember. So all your supplies are here today. Make sure, you guys, you have your brain or a notebook or something that you're taking notes in, and please note what seminar those notes are for so that if you find yourself sitting at home doing your seat work and you're just like, oh, we went over this in class. What was it again? You can refer to your notes. Okay, so in your brains, you should have seminar pages and write all your notes for that seminar so that you know, okay? Your math materials, cartography, all your materials for all your seminars today. We are in full swing. Thank you guys for being so patient with Miss Gina. View. Okay, next. And your smiles and conversation. It's Friday. Yay! It's the end of the week. The busiest day for all of us. But hey, it's still the end of the week. I have to celebrate that. Okay. So into our Devo. So you guys see this picture I have on the screen here? Tell me about it. What do you see? Kendall.
There's a bookmark sticking out of the book, but it's not where the page is opened.
A bookmark? Is that what it looks like? Does it look like a bookmark for everyone?
No.
I don't think
What does it look like for you?
Not the path thingy, but there's,
Oh, this right here.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Very good.
No, it's part of it's a Bible.
Yes, it is the Bible. What else do you see?
A lady walking to the cross.
Okay. Very good. She's walking towards the cross. What else do you see? Kendall.
It's got clouds in the background, which means maybe a storm is coming.
Or maybe it's sunset, based on the sun in the background by the cross.
Very good. Which way is she facing?
Away.
She's facing away from us, but facing toward what?
The cross.
The cross and the, what is this?
The sun.
Right. What's another name for sun? Starts with an L.
Light.
Light. Very good. So she's not looking to the left or to the right. Is there any occurrence in the Bible where you can think of that someone had to stay focused on Christ or something happened? William?
In that story where if they looked back, then they'd get turned to salt, and then someone looked back and got turned to salt.
Okay, very good. So that would be an Old Testament.
Actually, I think it was,
How about a New Testament example where they're focused on Christ? Does anyone remember? As soon as this person took his eyes off of Christ, it was just not a good thing. Does anyone remember that passage? Peter, you remember Peter? If I give you the person, what's the occurrence?
Is it right before his crucifixion?
No, not quite. He was doing something that was a miracle. Say it again, Simon.
Judas?
No, it is Peter. He is our person. So do you remember the account where Peter was walking on water? Do you remember that? And the Bible says as soon as he took his eyes off Jesus, what happened?
He fell into the water?
Well, he started to sink. You
But
know,
he-
the elements, the wind and all of this distracted him. He took his eyes off Jesus and then he started to sink. When he kept his eyes on Jesus, he was able to continue to walk on water despite what was going on around him. Right? So, how can that passage help us to understand this picture? Tally, you got a comment for me this morning?
If you focus on Jesus, then you can't go wrong.
That's right. Very good. So, despite anything that's going on around us, right, and CC, what we are hopefully learning to be stronger in is to know God, right? And what we talked about last time is that we can only know God through Christ. John 14 and verse 6. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me, right? So, with her, this could be anyone, right? Man, woman, boy, girl, it could be anyone. As soon as they get off the path, then it's a problem, right? How many paths do you see? Just one. How many paths do we have, though, in the world around us?
figuratively or literally.
Both,
It doesn't.
right? More than a dozen, like probably not infinite because we could count if we really took the time to count, but there are lots of pathways around us, right? But this picture helps us to know that there's one pathway that leads to the light, that leads to Christ. So, can we know what God is declaring about wisdom by looking at this picture? What is he declaring about wisdom? It says, walking in God's wisdom.
Is he saying that the way to wisdom is through him?
So her path is on the Bible, right? So let's look at a scripture that helps us to better put it in context. 1 Corinthians 1:24 through 25. Can I have a reader for that, please? Grant, good morning. Can you read for us this morning?
Yeah. 1 Corinthians 1:24-25. But to those whom God has called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ the power of God and the wisdom of God. For the foolishness of God is wiser than human wisdom, and the weakness of God is stronger than human strength.
Okay, very good. Thank you for reading that for us. Okay, so according to this scripture, who is the power and wisdom of God? Jordan.
What's the question?
According to this scripture, who is the power and wisdom of God?
Jesus?
Right, Jesus is. So this picture helps us to know, right? The scripture tells us in this picture, because I like to always have some kind of picture in my mind to help me remember things. This picture helps us to know that the power of God and the wisdom of God are all focused on Christ, right? And so verse 25, the foolishness of God is better than what? Simon.
Is better than the human wisdom.
Right. So in this particular chapter, it goes through all of this philosophy. And back at that time, they were big, the Corinthians were big on philosophy. And so you had your philosophers like Aristotle was a philosopher, Socrates was a philosopher. And what this scripture helps us to understand is that even the smartest of men are never, ever going to be smarter than God. And so truth for us is always found in the word of God. And we can depend on that. Okay, very good. So I got some new tricks for you guys today. Have you guys noticed? Does my camera look different? I got a new camera. The lighting is better, right? Well, because I want us to somehow use the board. Like I want to be able to write on the board because it takes a long time sometimes to write on the screen. And I'd like us to be able to use the board. I don't know that we're going to do it today, but I want to have the option to use it. So I got a new camera. I told you I'm getting all these digital toys thanks to you guys. Okay, so take your brains out.
You want these to be in our brains or whiteboard?
I'm gonna say put it in your brains because some of these problems will be new for some of you. And so I would like you to see how we work them out. Okay. So wait, let me stop sharing. And I'm gonna share this Jamboard. Okay. If it's not new for you and you know how to do it, like you've mastered how to do it, then you can do it on your whiteboard. If it's something new and you need a refresher, then write it in your brain. Okay, is that fair? All right, I'm gonna try working in Jamboard today. Are any of you familiar with Jamboard? It's kind of like a whiteboard for Google, but I can use my little writing tablet on it. So I had to show you all three problems. So let's try problem number 1.
Should we hold it on our hold it up when we're done, or just keep it down?
Yes, you can hold it up when you're done. Okay. Yes, good job, Kendall. Good job, William. I can't, Simon, you're blending into your background. Maybe hold it a little closer for me. Good job, Towie. Good job, Simon. Okay, Jordan and Daniel, are you guys trying to work this out in your notebooks? Okay.
I just got my whiteboard. So,
Oh,
I'm
Kendall,
gonna
you
work
want
on
to the
it.
next one? Okay. Very good. Okay, you guys can work through all of them. Go ahead and work through them while I work through number one. Oh my goodness, Kendall. Yes, very good. Okay, so our first one here, let me go ahead and make my pen. Okay, it's already blue. So the square root of 144. Is there anyone who is not familiar with square roots yet? Have you not worked with square roots yet? Jordan and Daniel, have you guys worked in square roots yet? Yes? Okay, so the square root of 144 is what?
12.
12, very good. Okay, and so we talked about exponents in the last few weeks, right? So this base of 2 means I'm going to multiply it by itself 3 times. So that would look like this, 2 times 2 times 2. So what does that equal? 2 cubed equals what?
2 times 2 is 4.
And then 4 times 2 is?
Is 6.
4 times
4 times 2 is 8.
It's 8. Very good. So then this here, 2 cubed, which is 2 times itself 3 times equals 8. So now I have my addition problem. 12 plus 8 equals what? What does that equal? That equals 20. Okay. Has everyone done number 2?
I'm still working on it.
Okay. Russell, did you work on problem number 1? I didn't see an answer for you. Oh, where'd you go? Okay, very good, Daniel. Very good. Where did he go? Oh, he took his camera. Russell, can you turn your camera back on, please? And Grant, I can't see you either. Can you turn your camera on, please? William, you're holding something up for me. Wait, move it over a little bit. Yes, very good.
I'm holding my camera over it.
Okay, yes, all 3 of those are correct. Tao, are you holding up something for me? Are you working? Okay. Russell, did you work on number 1? Did you work on number 1, Russell? Can you take out your pen and paper and work on number 1? Write it down so that you have it, okay? Okay, so number 2 is gonna be kind of what we get into today, a little bit of what we get into today. What is this called? What is number 2 called?
Is that a negative exponent?
It is a negative exponent. There is another name for this type of problem. Does anyone remember what it is? We've gone over it before. It starts with an S. The initials are SN. That wasn't enough of a hint. Scientific. Kendall?
Scientific notation.
Very good. So this is scientific notation, and we're going to get into that a little bit more today. Simplifying numbers using scientific notation. So here we have a decimal, right? 1.2 times 10 to the negative 3. So what do we know about decimals and exponents with a base of 10? Simon?
May I go to the bathroom, please?
Yes, you may. What do we remember about exponents with a base of 10? Yes, Kendall?
Depending on how many many zeros there are, you can just add zeros or take away zeros.
Right, very good. So basically, when we have a base of 10, it just tells us which way to move the decimal point, and the exponent tells us what?
How much to move it?
Right, how many places to move it. So if I have my number 1.2, am I going to move my decimal point to the left or to the right?
To the left.
Yes. How do I know that? Kendall?
Because it's a negative number and is so making the number lower.
Very good. Because it's a negative number. So that tells us which way to move our decimal point. So if we move our decimal point 1 place, 2 places, 3 places, our decimal point will go here. We have 2 placeholders of 0. So then our final answer will be what? How do I read this number? William?
Well, math teaches you to read it 12 thousandths, but I probably read it 0.0012.
Yes, so you want to read it the way the math teacher would ask you to read it, because if you ever have an exam, the answer is going to be the way that the teacher would have you to read it, right? So that will help you. Okay, number 3. What do we know about number 3? Good morning, Shiloh.
Hi, sorry. I don't know why Zoom keeps doing this.
Oh, it's okay. Yes, Kendall.
25% is also 1/4.
Very good. How do we know that 25% is 1/4?
Because 425% equals 100%.
Right. So if I had my fraction 25 over 100, right, and I reduce this, 25 can go into 25 once, and it goes into 104. So there I have it as a fraction. 25% also equals 1/4. How would I write this as a decimal? Tally.
I forgot.
Okay. Shiloh, do you remember how to write 25% as a decimal?
You would write it as 0.25.
Very good. So I would just move my decimal point 2 places to the left, and that gives me 25%. So how would I go about solving this problem? What does of mean in math? William?
Times.
Right. So of means times. And so one thing about math, which now we're learning to use the 5 common topics more, right? Math is a language. And so when we can understand the language of math, then we can convert them into numbers now to be able to solve them. So this sentence, this number sentence, in essence says, let's go with the fraction. 1/4 times 24. How would I write 24 as a fraction? Jordan, how would I write 24 as a fraction?
24. A fraction, you said?
Yes, how would I write 24 as a fraction? Any whole number, how do we write it as a fraction?
0.0024.
No, not quite. Kendall?
24 over 1.
Right. So any whole number, it's almost like in our imperative sentence, how we have an understood or an implied you, but you don't see it. But we know that you is the subject in a command imperative sentence. For a whole number, the implied you or the implied one is over, that's how you would write it as a fraction. So if we were to now write 24 over 1, we see that we can reduce some things lower, right? So can 4 go into 24 evenly? Shall we? Yes, by what?
By multiplying it 6 times.
Right, so I know that 4 can go into itself 1 time, and 4 can go into 24 6 times. And what do I have left? William,
6 times 1 over 1 times 1, which equals 6.
right. Was there another way to do this? Kendall?
You know that 25% is 1/4, so 24 divided by 4 is 6.
Okay, very good. So in essence, you did this same problem, right? You set it up in a way where still 24 divided by 4 would be 6. That's kind of what we did here, right? Okay, how about in decimal form? How does it look if we did it with the decimal? If we chose to use 0.25 instead of 1/4. Shiloh,
You could do 0.25 times 24.
right? So which one is easier to do?
I feel like Kendall's could be one of the easiest ones, and then yours.
Right, so probably using the fraction would be easier, but we know with math that there's usually more than one way to get to an answer, right? So if you use a decimal, you might have a few more steps to do than if you chose Kendall's way, probably has the least amount of steps, right? Okay, very good. So now you guys can see the slides, right? Okay. I had to learn how to maneuver back and forth to these things. Okay. So here, oh, nice and pretty, but I can't use my pen in slides. Isn't that crazy? It doesn't let me use my pen in slides. I have to go to Jamboard. I'm like, oh, you're messing me up here. Okay, circumference. Who remembers circumference? Does anyone remember the song? Kendall?
The circumference of a circle equals 2 times pi times the radius.
Very good, very good. We're gonna get there. So it's good that you remember that. Yeah, I know William and Kendall with your moms being, and maybe you too, Shiloh, with your moms being foundation tutors. You guys, I know you got the songs all up in here, right? For years and years and years. Very good. Okay, so what do we see here on the screen? Rasul, what do you see on the screen?
A whole bunch of circles.
A whole bunch? 3 counts as a whole bunch? Okay, very good. What else do you see?
I see radius.
Say it again. Who said that?
Lines in the circles.
Okay, you see lines in the circles. Someone said a vocabulary term. Who was that?
No, I said I see radius. Radius.
Okay, you see a radius. Okay, very good. William?
There are lines designating the radius, and then I also see one designating the diameter, the second one.
Very good. Very good. Okay, so the lines, William just told us. So this first circle here, this line would be our radius, and this line would be our diameter. What can we learn about the radius and the diameter by our picture? Kendall?
A radius is half of the diameter.
Very good. It's either half of the diameter, or what's another way to say that?
It goes to the center of the circle.
Okay, very good. It's either half of the diameter, or what if I just wanted to talk about the radius? It would be 2, right? it would be 2 radiuses equal the diameter. So when we look at our formula that we've learned from our memory work, it's going to make more sense of how we figure out our diameter. So what laws do we already know about the circumference of a circle? Kendall?
It's about 3 times the diameter plus pi.
Okay, very good. Are there any more?
Wait, was she saying what the circumference was?
Say it again, Kendall.
The circumference is a little more than 3 times the diameter.
Okay, going around. Since the circumference is the distance around the circle, right? The diameter is the total center, and the radius is half of the circle. Okay, so what is pi and what's the value of it? Callie,
3.1415.
what else? What else can pi be?
22/7.
Right, and what else can it be? There's one more in your book, right? That's a long number, I think, Kendall.
The pi symbol?
Right, it can be the pi symbol. And so they have a more accurate measurement for the decimal form, right? But we'll usually either go with the fraction of 22/7 or 3.14 or the symbol of pi. Very good.
I think my friend memorized like a bunch of, someone I know memorized like a bunch of digits of pi.
Oh, really? Oh, that's a lot of digits. They must like numbers.
But I don't know if he still knows them.
Okay.
I know like the first 10 or so.
Okay, give it a try, Kendall.
Let me see if I can remember them. 3.1415926535759.
5, 9.
59.
Yes, very good, Kendall. Good job. There is no way that my brain would allow me to memorize all those numbers. I probably could over a couple years. How long did it take you to memorize that, Kendall?
5 minutes.
Really? Okay, you must have a photographic memory or something. Your brain is younger than mine. Am I using any fallacies here? Any? Yes, no? Maybe so. Okay, so let's try and see if we can, where are my formulas? Okay, my animation is off. There are my formulas, right? The circumference of a circle equals 2 pi r, or it can equal pi times the diameter, right? So we already said that 2 and r, right? That would be the radius. 2 times the radius will give us the diameter. So depending on what you're given in a problem will determine which formula you use. So let's go back to our Jamboard.
Mr. Matt, when are we gonna use the Kahoot?
You'll know when we get to Kahoot, Simon. Okay, next. So if we use our formulas here, and we do our first one, so the radius of a circle, we're looking at this first one. We'll do this one together. And then you guys will do these second two. So the radius of a circle is 10 centimeters. So here we have radius, right? So we know that R equals 10. So how would I write my formula? Callie, what formula would I write? C equals what?
2 pi r.
Right. So I would write 2 times pi, and then my radius, I'm just going to substitute the measurement that was given to me for my r, times 10.
Yeah, so I think that's the way that your that CC teaches you, right? 2 pi r, but you could also just do the diameter times pi, right?
Right. So you could figure out what the diameter is, but sometimes for beginners, for someone who has seen this for the first time, learning how to substitute what information is given in the problem is easiest until you understand the concept, and now you can do things that make it a little quicker for you. So for now, we're just going to substitute our r for the measurement that we've been given. So C equals 2 times pi times r. Is that our final answer?
The most exact answer would be 20 pi, right?
Right. So because we have two numbers that we can still multiply, right? So C would be 20 pi. And if I wanted, I could go ahead and multiply that by our 3.14 to get a decimal, but it just depends on what the requirement is. So for now, we're just gonna leave pi. Okay, so I want you to try the next one. Find the circumference of a circle that has a 30-inch diameter. And I want you to use this time 3.14 as pi. So that would be D equals.
So
Simon, can you turn your camera on, please? Grant, can you turn your camera on, please? Simon, are you working? Okay. Very good, Kendall.
My camera's not on.
No, your camera is not on. It's a black screen.
Does it have my name on it?
It does have your name. Oh, but you know what? So this says,
Mine says on my screen that my camera's on, but I'm just, my picture's frozen.
yeah, there might be something wrong because according to my thing, your video is on, but I don't see you. Does anyone else see Grant? It's a black.
No.
Okay, Russell, can you try to calculate this? Very good, William. Good job, Tally. Oh, wait a minute. Let me say that again, Tally. Yes, very good.
Can you say the question one more time?
Can you still not see this, Shiloh?
No, it's being a little slow. It's getting, I tried to fix it. It's a little bit faster, but I can't see everything.
Okay, so I'll read the problem for you again. Find the circumference of the circle that has a 30-inch diameter and use 3.14 for pi. You got an answer for me, Simon?
30 pi?
No. Just use the formula and plug in the numbers that you have. You know, when we see variables next to each other, what operation do we do? If we have two variables next to each other, what operation are we calculating?
Is it 90.42?
I don't want you to tell me the answer. I want you to write the answer down and show it to me, okay? Good job, Shiloh. Daniel, are you calculating? Jordan, are you calculating? Are you guys able to do decimals? Not yet? Okay. Russell, are you calculating? Okay, so for number 2, we're going to use this formula here. C equals pi d, right? So C equals, we know that we're using the calculation 3.14 for pi. So 3.14 times our diameter. Our diameter is 30 inches. So then if we were to do the math, it would equal 94.2, right? Yeah, inches. Okay, try number 3. Find the circumference of a circle that has a radius of 10. And this time we're gonna leave pi in our final answer. So Daniel and Jordan, you should be able to do this one because we're not doing the multiplication of the decimal. I can't see that well, William. Probably because it's green. Yes, very good, Kendall. It might be because it's green, William. Or maybe write them a little bit more spaced apart. Can you simplify it a little more than that? Yes, good job. Good job, Shiloh. Good job, Callie. Russell, do you have something for me? Why? I need you calculating on your paper. So here, you see some of our examples of what we did. You're just filling in the numbers that have already been given to you. So you're going to substitute that D for 10 centimeters. And we're leaving pi in the answer, so there is no real kind of math happening. I mean, it is real math happening, but you know what I mean. Oh, no, we're using this one. We're using this formula. Okay, so if I have C equals 2 pi, and then I've been given my radius, so that is 10, right? And if I can simplify it more, it would be my circumference would equal 20 pi. Okay, let's see if we can get through to lesson 67. Oh, wait. Okay, geometric solids. So lesson 67 has to do with geometric solids. What do you see? Oh, I guess I just told you. What do you see? Kendall.
A bunch of flat shapes that are supposed to look three-dimensional.
Okay, very good. And what category would these flat shapes that are supposed to look three-dimensional fit into? Simon. The title on the page might help you, give you a hint.
Geometric solids.
Very good, very good. So what are geometric solids? What are they?
Solids that are geometric.
Thank you. Remember, we are not supposed to define a term by using the term.
3D shape.
Okay, 3D shape.
Like a Rubik's Cube would be a geometric solid, maybe, and then one of the pyramids.
Okay, very good. So in its simplest definition, geometric solids are just shapes that take up space. So on paper, we draw these one-dimensional shapes usually, right? And we kind of learned about geometric solids and foundations when we were doing art, and we learned like perspective and all that kind of stuff, right? We started kind of drawing shapes that now had some depth, right? So geometric solids are just shapes that take up space. So what category does a cube, triangular prism, and pyramid belong to? See if you guys have heard these words before. This vocabulary term. Kendall? Kind of a new word that we haven't spoken of before, but some of you may have been introduced to this term already. Any takers?
I don't know.
So a rectangular prism does not fall in that category.
No, it can't. We'll talk about why in a minute. So have you heard the word hedron before? No, so this is a vocabulary term that's in this lesson. And it's actually not broken down for you the way that I'm gonna break it down for you now. But you know, when we can break up words, then we can really understand what they mean, right? So we do understand what poly means, right? What does poly mean? Polygons, or what does the term poly?
Poly means many.
Say it again, Simon.
Many sides, I think, is what
Like
poly.
many. Poly would mean many, right? So we know that this is going to be many, and then whatever a hedron is. So a hedron is a face. It's a face. So these have faces, and we're going to look at the parts of these geometric solids in a minute. But this would just mean many faces. Okay, so how are polyhedrons then different from the other solids? So if I tell you that the definition is many faces, and the ones that fit into this category are cubes, triangular prisms, and pyramids, how would they be different than the other geometric solids? What constitutes many? What constitutes double? How many are in something that's double?
2.
2. So then what would be many? What do we usually use as many? 5, right? So it will be 3 or more. Many would be considered 3 or more. So now, knowing that, how are the polyhedrons different from the other geometric solids? Callie?
They have 3 or more sides.
Right, faces. Remember, hedrons mean faces. Sides, faces, we probably would call them the same, but it's good because as we get into our higher maths, we want to differentiate between a side and a face. And we'll look at those parts in a minute. Yes, Kendall?
If it's one with 3 or more sides, then why isn't the rectangular prism one?
I'm not sure. Let me see what it says in your book. Because in your book, it says that, okay, no, it probably is because it doesn't have it as a picture. I gave you a picture of a rectangular prism. So yes, that would be correct, William and Kendall. It does have many faces. The other ones only have how many faces? Kendall?
6 or 5?
Well, the other ones that are not polyhedrons have How many faces? 1 to 2, right? They have 1 to 2 faces. So then the parts of a polyhedron would be the faces. And there's some other parts too that we're going to look at. Let's look at, okay, I'm trying to get this up and we'll come back to our question. So you'll see in a geometric solid, every geometric solid has these parts. A face, which is the flat side, right? It has an edge, which would be considered the side, like in a triangle, when we have our measurements, that's considered a side, not a face, right? They're different. The face is the flat surface. The edge is like the side. And then we have what's called the vertex. And that's where we have 2 edges meet. We have 2, 3, in this case, we have 3 edges meeting to make a corner. So a vertex would be the same as like a corner, right? Okay, so if we go back to our questions here, then what are the parts of our geometric solid? Rasul. What are the parts of our geometric solid? What are the parts of the solid? What parts do you see right here?
Are they the ones that have the arrows on them?
Yeah.
The edge, the cube, the vortex, the vertex, and the base.
Okay, very good. So this is a cube, so that's not a part, but the other parts that you said are correct. A face, an edge, and a vertex. And so if we look at the rectangular prism, this one right here, prisms are named according to the shapes that they resemble, right? That makes perfect sense. And so how is a rectangular prism different than just a rectangle? Kendall?
If it were real, not just drawn on paper, it would take up space.
Right, very good. And so we see that it has depth too, right? Regular, even if we use paper to try to have, if we cut out a rectangle out of a piece of construction paper, and then we had a prism right next to it, we would see that one has depth and one does not. So now we're gonna practice drawing these. Okay, so in your book, you end up practicing drawing a triangular prism, which was a little tough for me. So if you want to try to draw a triangular prism because you want the challenge, go ahead and do it. But let's go ahead and practice the rectangular prism. You can choose. So remember, it's 3D. And if you remember in art, right, I think it was perspective was the lesson. So you first would just draw a rectangle, right? And then why do you think they have those dashed lines there? What does that show us, Kendall?
Those are the lines that if it wasn't a see-through material, you would not be able to see, but they're there so that you know that it's 3-dimensional.
Very good, very good. So let's try to draw that second rectangle. So you're gonna come in a little bit and your dashed lines are going to be the left edge and then the bottom edge of your rectangle to form that vertex. So we would do our dashed lines. I know all my resident artists probably know how to do this already.
Mr. Me, I tried to draw a triangular prism.
You did? Was it hard? It was a little harder for me to
I'm
do
sure I
that.
got it right, but I can show you.
Yes, I'd love to see it. And then the rest of our line, oops, we just gotta connect our corners. Whoops. Connect our corners, our vertexes. There we go. I messed up that first one, didn't I? Okay, very good, William. It took me a few tries to do that triangular one. That one was a little hard. Oh, good job, Kendall. It wasn't hard for you guys, huh? Maybe Miss Jamia is a little artistically challenged. Okay. So you guys heard the little buzzer go off from math. So that's it. We were able to get through how many lessons a minute? 2. We just have 2 more to go. So I will save those for next week and move into our new lesson. Okay, you guys want a 5-minute break before Latin?
Miss Jamia, can we take one in the morning and then one in the afternoon?
Yes, that's what we intend to do. So you want to take your break now, or do you want to take it after Latin?
After Latin.
Latin.
Okay, majority rule. So let's see. Hold on, let me stop sharing. I will open up. Okay, I want you to type in now or later for your vote.
Now,
Type it in the chat, please, Russell. Type in now or later.
You just want us to each type it in once?
Yes, just type in one time.
What's after Latin?
After Latin is, I think it's L2W. Is that what I said? Yes, L2W is after Latin. Now, looks like nows are winning. Okay, so you guys can have your 5-minute break now. So actually, you'll get 6 minutes. Come back at 10:05. I have tissues. Okay. Don't take my whole box, though. Take a couple out of it. Wait, that's your gave me. You gave me that. I didn't need you to keep the box. Sure you did. Sure you did, Juanito. I'm not already showing up. We got 2 more minutes. Can we play it again? We have 1 more minute. Okay, guys, it is 10:05.
Oh, Mr. Mia, I renamed myself.
Oh, I see all of you. You guys have to tell me how to do that. How do you make those little things?
I pressed Windows key period. I did pig plus knife equals bacon.
Okay. Yes, it does equal bacon.
I saw that earlier. It was really funny. You see mine?
I do. So yours is, what is that? Pineapple?
It's not a pineapple.
What is that?
It says snowman plus sun equals water droplet smug face.
Oh my goodness. You guys are too funny.
Mine's not as good, but still.
Okay. Let's go ahead and share our screen here. So you guys, I don't know if anybody got this trifold for Latin. Let me show it to you. Did anyone purchase the trifold from CC? Can I tell you, when I first bought it, I bought it when Sanai probably was in challenge 1. And I bought one for myself thinking that I would be able to use it. I was cross-eyed looking at it then. But now that I understand it much better, my goodness, you guys, you remember our quid quo for essentials, right? So on one side it had, well, we had our trifold for essentials, but then our quid quo, we had the short one, the simple one, and then we had the more detailed one on the other side for the trifold. But look at this. Can you guys see this beautiful thing? So this is all the verbs. Can you see that? Look at all that.
That's a lot of verbs.
But you know what? You will know how to read this because I was jumping up and down when I looked at it. I pulled it out because I forgot I had it. It still looks brand new, doesn't it? I forgot I had it and I was like, oh my goodness, I can read this. I understand how it works. But look at so it has all the declensions, the noun declensions in the front, right? And then it even has our little cheat there for the rules for third declension. You see that? But then when you open it, it has the indicative moods for all the verbs, which is what we're in now. It has our formula, right? Our stem plus our conjugation indicator, tense indicator, and then our personal ending, all right here for all four conjugations. I mean, it's beautiful. So it's $9.99 with CC. We're getting ready to get into pronouns. When we get into lesson 10, we'll be looking at pronouns and adverbs. That's all here too. So if you needed like a little kind of, Juan doesn't like when I say cheat sheet. I don't know. If you need a visual when you're doing your work, something where everything is all in one spot when you're sitting down to do your Latin, this is super helpful. And it's relatively inexpensive. It's $10 at CC's bookstore. Okay. So let me get you guys out of my way because you're taking up my whole screen here. I can't see a thing. All right. So we're gonna do about 20 to 25 minutes of review, and then we're gonna play Kahoot to see how much you remember. So our Kahoot today will only be on things from lesson 9. So the verbs that we've been going over for the last 2 weeks, that's what you're going to be quizzed on in Kahoot today. Okay.
Will we be able to use our the Henley Latin books, or do you prefer us not to?
Well, with Kahoot, you know, you don't get a lot of time. So if you would like to have your things out to be able to refer to, you can, but you know, you don't get a lot of time to answer the question. So it might be a hindrance for you to try to look it up. And then next thing you know, you missed answering the question. If anything, it might be helpful for you to have this chart, the chart that you see on your screen now, it might be helpful to have that. And you're going to be quizzed on all your verb vocabulary and conjugating or not declining is nouns. Yeah, conjugating them. That's what you'll be quizzed on. Okay, so we've seen this chart pretty often now. Hopefully you know how to read it, because if you can get this down, this would be kind of similar to our 112 sentence chart. You know, when you are able to read the 112 sentence chart, then that helps you to be able to identify sentence patterns, parts of speech, to break down the purposes of sentences, right? So this is a similar tool to use for Latin. So, okay, looking at our chart, I'm going to ask you some questions to see if you can answer them. So what are we looking at? What kind of chart is this?
It's a verb chart.
Sorry. It is a verb chart. Which verb?
First conjugation.
Okay, very good. First conjugation. And okay. So what do these 4 boxes represent? Daniel, what do these 4 boxes on our chart represent?
What did you say?
What do these 4 boxes on our chart represent?
I can hear you.
These 4 boxes here,
What did you say?
this blue box, the yellow box, and these 2 gray boxes, what do they represent on our chart?
They represent active,
No, I'm helping
passive,
you.
active.
You see what I'm pointing to?
Oh, 4 principal parts.
Right, they are the 4 principal parts of a first conjugation verb. And so what we have learned is that every verb that we use in first conjugation, they all will be conjugated into their 4 principal parts this way, right? We just have our stem and then we have our ending. Okay, so what are the two systems of first conjugation? Tally, what two systems are present?
Loud, the louds.
Are systems.
Oh, the present system,
And the,
perfect system.
good job, the present and perfect system. So what is the voice? When I ask about voice, what does that mean? Simon, do you remember what voice is for a verb?
Is it like second and third? No, that's person, I think. Voice. No, I don't seem to remember.
Kendall?
Voice. Oh,
Is it that the words sing or that it's active or passive?
Right, so voice means that it's active or passive. And so now tell me, what is active voice? What does that mean? Shiloh?
That the subject is doing the action.
Very good. So therefore, what is passive voice? Russell, can you turn your camera on, please? William, what is passive voice?
So passive voice is it's receiving the action or something.
Right, the subject is receiving the action. Very good. And so under the present system, what voices are there? What voices are in the present system? Sally?
Did you say what voice?
What voices are in the present system?
I mean not I, active and passive.
Right. So active and passive are present in both the present system and the perfect system, right? Okay, very good. So the word, the sentence I praise, is that active or is that passive?
That's active.
Right, that's active. Who is doing the praising?
Me or I.
I, very good. The subject I is doing the praising. So then we know that that's active voice. Very good. In principal part number 2, what do we call to praise in English? Kendall.
An infinitive?
Very good. The infinitive is to plus a verb used as a noun, adjective, or adverb. Very good. It's very important that we remember whenever we see to plus a verb, that that's going to be the second principal part. Okay, very good. So what voice does the second principal part come in? It's on your chart. Russell, are you looking at your chart? Can you answer this question for me, please? We said that the second principal part is right here, the yellow box. Do you see it? Can you see the chart, Russell? Yes? I can't hear you if you're speaking to me. Yes, give me a thumbs up if you can see the chart. Okay, very good. So we have said that this to praise is called an infinitive, right? So what voice does the second principal part come in? What voice does it come in? So the bottom of each principal part tells us the voice. So if you can read this chart, Russell, I'm asking you this question. If you can read this chart, then you should be able to answer the question fine. So I'm asking you, what voice does the second principal part come in? Unmute.
Active and passive.
That's right. It can come in active or passive, right? But we have to recognize that it's the second principal part. What does the second principal part tell us about a verb? Shiloh, do you remember?
No.
Okay, that's okay. Does anyone remember what the second principal part tells us about a verb? It tells us something about the group that it belongs to.
Does it belong to the present stem still?
No, it does belong to the present stem, but remember the second principal part tells us which conjugation. Remember that? So if we were given the second principal part, we should be able to determine which conjugation it belongs to. So just like with nouns, when we're given a word, what are we given? We're given two forms, two cases. What are we given for nouns? Kendall?
The present stem.
Right, for nouns, when we're given a new vocabulary word, what two cases are we given? Kendall?
Nominative and genitive singular unless there's some sort of exception for the word.
Right, very good. So with nouns, that's what we're given. For verbs, with Henley, they usually give us the present stem, right? And then we have to determine what the principal parts are to know what conjugation it belongs to.
Miss Jimmy, I think they usually give us the conjugation, don't they?
They do now, but as we get into later lessons, they'll just be giving us the first principal part.
So for later, we'll have to start finding that out. Because is it okay for now? I'm only writing the word that they give me on my flashcard.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And what I would give you a little tip about remembering your conjugations, when we get to the next slide, you know that the form that they give you in your grammar book is this one, right? Laudo, laudari, laudawi, laudatus. I praise, to praise, I praised, I was praised. I would say it like that when you recite it. And then at the end, say first conjugation, so that you remember everything. You remember the endings, and you remember how they are translated in English. So the exercise should be laudo, laudari, laudawi, laudatus. I praised, to praise, I praised, I was praised. And then whenever you see a verb and you figure out its first conjugation, you're gonna know those principal parts based on this form, and you're gonna know the translations immediately because you've already remembered it from the grammar rules.
So I should write for the 4 words on all the flashcards or on just one of them.
Yeah, I would just write out laudo, but then when you say it, I don't know how many of you say your words out loud. How many of you say them out loud?
Sometimes if my brother's not there, I might.
Okay. When you say them out loud, try to say the 4 principal parts so that you remember.
For all the words or just for to praise?
Just for to praise, and then say all the first conjugation verbs. Because next week we're going to get into second conjugation. Okay, so then you're going to need to memorize the 4 principal parts for second conjugation. So if you can remember the form, then you'll, as soon as you are able to determine the conjugation of the verb, then you're going to know the 4 principal parts right away. I found that to be helpful when I was doing it over here. I was like, okay, if I just write just the endings, it wasn't helping me. I had to write the work, this form, I had to write everything. And for me, I also wrote down what it was translated to in English, the present, infinitive, past, active, past perfect, so that if I saw it in a sentence, I know the English really well, right? Our forms in English. So then I can understand better how to translate it in English when we're given the Latin. Okay, let me give you a little bit more on this chart, because this chart is what you're going to need to really know and understand for the Kahoot. Okay, what are the tenses for the present system? Russell, are you with us today? I need you paying attention to the screen, please. Okay. What are the tenses for the present system? Kendall?
Present tense, imperfect tense, and future tense.
Very good. And so we talked about last week, what action, what type of action are these tenses under the present system? Are they a complete action or an incomplete action? Daniel?
So what are the present?
So under the present system, we have these three tenses. So are the actions under the present system, are they complete actions or are they incomplete actions?
They're, the first one was complete action.
So if something is complete, give me an action in a sentence that's been completed.
You're breaking up, Miss Jamia. I couldn't understand the last thing you said.
Give me an example in a sentence of an action that has already been completed.
Like playing.
So if playing, if you use the verb playing, is that happening now? Is playing happening now or has it already happened?
It's now, but I meant to say played.
Okay, so an action that's complete would be a past tense action, right? Played is something that already happened. So we are in the present system. So that means that the action is happening now, right? So with imperfect tense, all of these tenses here under the present system mean that the actions are not complete yet. They're happening right now as we speak. That's very, very important to understand the difference between the present system and perfect system. Present system actions are happening now. Perfect system actions have already happened.
Ms. Jamia?
Yeah.
So do you just recommend that I add this? I just made it as an addition to my Laudo flashcard, just as an example. I wrote all 4 of them down. And then on the back.
You wrote it in English. Yes, that's very good. That's very good. And then if you have your cards in some kind of order, I would have a title card and say first conjugation verbs, then have your Laudal, and then have your other first conjugation verbs. So you know that they all have the same principal parts.
I think I might, yeah, but I think I might include this as part of my, like, I'm still gonna keep my Laudar, my Laudo card. This is just an example. So I'll have both of them in there for that word.
So that was how your grammar rule was written out. It's how it's written out for the 4 principal parts for first conjugation, if you remember in your grammar rule book. Okay. Okay, so now under the perfect system, what are the tenses under the perfect system? Kendall.
Perfect tense, pluperfect tense, and future perfect tense.
Very good. And which tense under the perfect system, remember, these actions have already happened. Which tense is the same as our English past tense? Simon. Which tense is the same as our English past tense?
Perfect. No, perfect.
Perfect tense. Very good. I don't know if when I sent you guys the picture, did I have these things written on there? When I sent it to you in the classroom? Yes? Okay. So, okay, we were going to do this one really quickly. So if I have my laudo, laudari, laudawi, laudatus, I praise, to praise, I praised, I was praised. So how would I now do akipo in my four principal parts?
I sees.
So what are my four principal parts first in Latin? Jordan.
I sees. Two sees.
Not
I
the
see.
English, the Latin. The Latin.
Oh. Arcapo. Arcapar. Arcapavi. Arcapatus.
Very good. And what's the English?
I sees. I sees. Two sees. I seized. I was seized.
Very good. Very good. Okay, let's try a pugno. I know I'm butchering these pronunciations, probably. Forgive me. Okay, Towie. Let's try a pugno. Give me the Latin four principal parts first.
A pugno, a pugnar, a pug avi, a pug
Right here.
atis,
Okay, and give me the English. Remember the English meaning for a pugno?
I don't think so.
Who can help Towie? Kendall.
Attack or assault.
Why she say that so happy? Okay, Towie, go ahead and give us the English now.
I assault, to assault, I assaulted, I was assaulted.
Okay, very, very good, very good. Okay, so we were gonna do that in Nearpod, but we don't have time. Okay, so you guys got that because we went over a few of those last time. So hopefully the chart really helps you to kind of get the patterns down, right? So now I've separated the chart into just the present system. So the present system is what you've really been working through a lot in lesson 9, right? And so what do you notice about our tenses under the present system? What have I added here? Kendall.
The the tense words or endings.
Right. The endings for the tenses now. So tell me the relationship between pronoun order and my tense endings. Shiloh.
Wait, can you repeat that?
What is the relationship between my pronoun order, I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they, and then my tense endings? You remember? Who can help Shiloh? What's the relationship between our pronoun order, our English pronoun order, and then our tense endings? How are these written? when we conjugate them, how do we conjugate them in our book? William?
So what were you exact? So the letters for the present tense. Wait, are those the endings that like first person singular and stuff?
Right, very good. So that's the relationship, right? When we conjugate our verb, we conjugate them according to the pronoun order, right? So what would be you praise for present tense? What would be you praise? What would be the ending for you praise? Singular. You singular praise. Jordan.
Can you say the question again, please?
What would be the ending for the present tense for you praise?
Let's see. You future tense.
No. So if I were to move this over top of this, do you see I have 3 things here and 3 things here? You see that?
Yes.
Okay, so I, you, he, she, it matches up with OM, S, and T. So S would take on the you pronoun. T would take on the he, she, it pronoun. This is all singular, first person, second person, third person, right? So my ending for present tense, you praise would be what? What would be my ending?
S.
Right, S. Do you see how they match? So if we've memorized our pronoun order, then it helps us when we're writing. I don't know if you guys sing when you do your, what's this thing called that we write the Latin in? The workspace. I always have to sing my pronoun order when I'm writing it down. So I try to do it when nobody's awake. So they don't have to hear me singing crazy stuff all day. But I'll say, I, you, he, she, it, we, you, they, when I'm writing it down. And I usually will write down all my stems. And then for present tense, do we have a conjugation indicator? Do we have a conjugation indicator when we write down present tense, Kendall?
The absence of one kind of indicates what it is.
Right. So we do have it for all of them except our first person singular, right? What is the conjugation indicator for first conjugation? What letter? Remember, it's one letter. So it would be A, right? So we don't have it for laudo, but we have it for laudas, laudat. Remember that A that we have to insert when we're conjugating now the present tense? The conjugation indicator for first conjugation is A. And so for imperfect tense, remember, these are our endings, but our conjugation indicator is the same. It's still A. So it would be lotta bomb, right? So that A is still in there. If I see an A in my verb, then I know that's a first conjugation verb, right? And so what's my tense indicator for imperfect tense? Tally. Unmute.
Bomb.
Right, my tense indicator, what is it? See what's underlined?
Yeah.
So what is that?
the endings.
Right, so I'm looking, look at our formula here. Actually, I'm gonna type it out. I think I could get to, let me show it to you typed out. So if I had LAUD, oh, that's not very big, is it? Can you guys see that? Can you see that? Okay, so if I had LAUD, what is that? What is LAUD?
The stem.
Right, that's the stem. So then next I have my conjugation indicator. What is that for first conjugation? We just said it.
Bomb.
No.
Oh, first conjugation.
Mhm. First conjugation indicator. So that was an A. Remember, if we see an A in the verb, then we know that that's our first conjugation indicator. We're going by this formula right here. Next is my tense indicator. I'm in imperfect tense. What is my tense indicator in imperfect tense? It's underlined for you. Can you see it?
Yeah.
What part of those endings are underlined?
B.
B and what else?
BA.
Right, so BA is my tense indicator. If I see BA in my verb, I know that that is imperfect tense. The last part is my personal ending, my person and my number. That is our OST, mustis, int. You see that at the end of each one? Right, so then we just add our ending. And based on whatever pronoun I'm using, which for bomb is going to be what? What'll be my ending for I? First person singular. What's my ending?
Bomb.
M, right? M. So here is how it looks when it's separated. You see that? That's our stem. That's our conjugation indicator. That's our tense indicator. And that's our person and number. Let's try one more. Okay, so now if I want to do, how about this? Laudabatus, right? What's my stem of laudabatus? Rasul, what's my stem of laudabatus?
Buddha.
What's my stem?
Buddha.
So it's L-A-U-D, right, is my stem. What's my conjugation indicator?
A.
A. And what's my tense indicator?
B-A.
B-A. And then what's my personal ending?
M.
T-I-S. Very good. Let's do one more in future tense. Okay, so if I have the word lot of bits. Simon, what's my stem? Lot of bits, what's my stem?
Loud.
L-A-U-D, what's my conjugation indicator?
A.
A. And what's my tense indicator?
Or V, I guess.
Lot of bits. You see under future tense, what do you see underlined?
I guess.
Say it again.
B-I.
B-I, very good. And then what's my personal ending, person and number?
T.
T, very good. So do you guys see the pattern? It's so important that you remember this formula because it's the same for all 4 conjugations. It's always the same. So if you remember this formula, then you're going to be able to really translate the verbs a lot easier. Okay, so now we are gonna go to Kahoot. Hopefully you guys got somewhat of a handle on this. Let's see, I'm gonna give you, okay, let me get the code first. Hold on, my pen is coming up.
Are you gonna put like a link in the chat or something?
Yeah, I am.
Miss Jamia,
Yeah.
can I keep my beard up from studio effects?
Oh, yes, you can. Okay, so I'm
I'll
going
outdo your beard. Watch.
to put you in that. Okay, so you're gonna open up a third window. For those of you who have never played before, you open up another window. You go to kahoot.it. Kahoot.it. You can use another window on the device you're on now, or you can use a separate phone if you have a phone or something. Then you're gonna type in this pin, 6060288, and then you're gonna choose a nickname.
Miss Jamia,
Yeah,
can you repeat the code when everyone's on? Because you said it kind of fast.
it's in the chat. You should see it in the chat. You should see it on your screen now. Let's see, Brent, Italian. Shiloh. Oh, who is that? Gamer McNamer. Simon. Okay, guys, are you having some problems getting in? You doing okay, Jordan and Daniel? War, who is that?
I'm getting in.
Who is War?
That's me with the skunk there.
That's Scott. Oh, Comet. Who is Comet? Or shall you remain anonymous? So who am I? I'm waiting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 3 more in there. Russell, are you in? Are you having some challenges with getting in? Okay, I need you in so we can start. Jordan and Daniel, are you guys able to get in? Okay, there's Daniel.
Miss Jamia,
Yeah,
it's saying that the code's not working.
okay, then you're not
Game.
right. It's also on the screen if you can see it on the screen. You need me to say it for you, Daniel?
I'm in.
Oh,
Or-
I'm in now.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
the B is N. I meant to put N. I don't know why I put B.
Yeah, I figured it out. I got you, Daniel. I can't rename. Jordan is 6060288. There you go. Okay, we're just waiting on Russell now. Hey, Miss Sydney,
Hello.
can I help? Are you guys having some trouble getting in?
Yeah, we're
Open up another window. Did you do that?
that's what we're trying to do, yeah. Just
Okay,
the thing keeps logging him out.
and it's kahoot.it.
Okay. Okay. I think we just did. Okay. Go back to it.
And do you know what happened to your?
I think if I press Chrome, it'll go back.
Okay, so for any of you that have not played this before, when we hit start, you're going to see a question with answers, right? And so then you have to go into your other party window to write the answer, to click which picture represents your answer.
Wait, so is the question only gonna be showing up on Zoom? Like you can't see it in the
I can't remember if you see it on your, let's try it with the first one and then you'll know. Otherwise, because I know how my kids play is usually they'll take another device. They have the answers right there. And I can't remember if the question comes on the answer page or not. So we'll test it out now.
I don't think it comes on the answer one.
You don't
I
think
think
so?
it only comes on. No.
Okay, so then you'll have to go back and forth then. Okay, and I'll read the question for you and then you'll have to read the answers because the time might go by too fast. Okay, ready? Is everyone ready? Russell, are you ready? You gotta turn around and be ready to read quickly. Hands drawn. All right, here we go. This is all from lesson 9. How many principal parts do Latin verbs have?
Wait, it also doesn't show the answers, it just shows like
Shape.
what
You have
shape.
to go to the Zoom window to find the answer.
So you'll have to look at the Zoom to know which shape is the answer you want. Okay, good job. Okay, next question. The first principal part of a Latin verb is
Yes, Jimmy, are you gonna read all of them? Because, well, I mean, you can, but I don't know if you need to because we're anyway gonna go back there to the
right. You wanna, as soon as you answer your question, go back to your Zoom window so that you can read it and then go to your answer and then come back to your Zoom window. Okay?
Miss Jamia,
Yeah.
what I did was I split my screen so I can have the Zoom on the side and the Kahoot.
Oh yeah, good job. Good thinking, Jordan. I think that's what my kids do too. If you minimize your Zoom so that it's on half of the screen, then you should be able to have your other one minimized with their side by side. So you minimize it by going up to the upper right-hand corner, you should see like a box. You'll see an X for close, and next to that, you will see like a box. But if you're on an iPad or a Chromebook, I don't know what the shapes are on there.
Yeah, it works. So I guess we just have it like this.
Okay.
Halfway.
Okay, you ready for the next one? The second principal part of a Latin verb is Okay, everyone's not answering. Russell, are you answering the questions? Are you answering the questions, Russell? Everyone didn't answer on this one. I have 7 people here, but I have 9 people in participating. So try your best. If it gets down to the wire, just pick one. The third principal part of a Latin verb is okay, again, somebody didn't answer.
Mr. Mia, should we close our books?
You can have your books open if you think it's helpful. The fourth principal part, what is that? Okay, only 7 answered that time. Good job, perfect participle passive. Okay, next up, translate laudo.
Mr. Mia, can we see the leaderboard after this one?
We'll see the leaderboard at the end. I'm trying to go whiz past it. All right, good job. I praise. What are the other principal parts of occupo? We did this in the class. Very good. Okay, next up. Translate apugno.
Mr. Mia, a
Yeah.
pugno is attack assault, right? Not ICs. That would be occupo.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes. So I can't give that to you, but yes, apugno is.
So, but since everyone got it right that answered, can we still count it?
Yeah, well, it'll count it anyway. Let me just double check. Yes, it's attack or assault. Sorry for the typo. Okay, number 9, translate oro. Very good. Okay, so these are testing your vocab. Translate paramus. Prepare. That MUS tells us. Okay, number 11, translate castra oppugnans. Okay, he is attacking the camp. So you remember that present tense can be translated 3 ways. You guys remember that? That we went through that?
Mr. Mia,
Yes.
it kicked me out of the Kahoot thing. I don't know if I can rejoin it.
Yeah, you can. When you come back on, Shiloh, at the bottom of the board, it'll say the pin. So you go to kahoot.it and then the pin will be there, okay?
Mr. Mia, isn't it Okugnant since Okugnant
Um,
Right. So the T, that ending T, what pronoun is that?
Third person singular.
Right.
And Mr. Mia, should we close our eyes during the leaderboard so we don't know until the end?
If you like to. I'm trying to zip past it so you can't really see the numbers.
Actually, since you're zipping past, I guess it doesn't really matter.
They pray for their friends. Translate that into Latin. They pray for their friends. Okay. So they pray. So you remember what friends, that was our vocab from our nouns, right? Amicus. So there's no subject here. What case was amicus?
It's ablative, right?
Right.
Pro.
With pro, we always use the ablative case.
But you could pretty much just tell because I was the only one that had orant with the end for they. And also you get points based on how fast you answer.
Yep, you do. So if you all get it right, then it goes to whoever answers it right the fastest. It goes in order. Okay, a finite verb agrees with its subject in what? Okay, person and number. We talked about that last class. Just like in English, right? It has to agree the same in English as it is in Latin. Pugno, translate pugno.
Who is Comet?
Oh no, we never found out. So that O ending is what? Translated into the pronoun I and then fights. I fight. Superarbot. 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 Translate that.
Mia?
Yes.
Wouldn't it be he was conquering because that was I think we learned he was I don't think for imperfect tense I thought it was and then the ing.
Oh yeah.
Well, suparabots would be imperfect tense.
Wasn't it based on the grammar charts? I used to think that those are like interchangeable, but then I learned that I think it might just be was conquering.
I think it's was conquering.
Okay, let me look. You're probably right. Because we said that, where's my, yes, imperfect tense would be the past progressive. So yes, that would be correct. Was conquering would be correct. So I have to tell you that I just took this from another teacher and I assumed that they were correct. I didn't go through all the answers because she had 100. She had 100 questions in it. And I was like, we're not doing 100. I had to cut it down to 25. So yes, it would be the past progressive in English. Past was, conquering would be our progressive. So yes, you are correct. He was conquering would be the right answer. My bad, you guys.
It's fine.
Portabimus. Oh, I think I may have said that one pretty good. Okay, yes, future tense, right? That will tells us that it's future. 17. Centurio. Okay, very good. So that was a noun, right? That was not a verb. A centurion. Numerous. Okay, a number. Charlotte, were you able to get in?
No, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm not sure why it won't let me.
Did you go into the other window, kahoot.it?
Yeah.
And then you see the pen at the bottom? Can you see the pen at the bottom?
Yeah, I tried to put it in. It didn't accept it for some reason.
What was the message that it gave you when you put it in?
It said something like that there was already a game in progress, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charlotte. I guess it won't let you back in.
I mean, I can still see it, so I guess I could kind of guess before.
Yeah, I'm gonna put this in the classroom too. I'll fix the answers that weren't right. And I'll put it in the classroom so that if you guys want to go through it on your own, you can. It's a good way to review.
Mr. Man, can you put all of the 100 or at least
All 100, well, it's some lessons that we haven't gotten to yet.
are there any more from ones that we have got to?
Yes, they are. So I do have Kahoots from going back from lesson 1 all the way up to lesson 9. So if you would like me to put those in, and I can even make it where you guys can see your time so that you can see each other. There's a couple ways to do it, so I can put them in. Okay, we're almost done this one. Translate this. Christiani, boni, pro, pray, tribus, ora, bot. Okay, good Christians were praying for their brothers. Which word is brothers? Kendall?
Tribus.
Right. And which word is Christian?
Christiani.
Very good. And so what is this here? Boni. Kendall?
Good.
Right. And so this is our adjective. What's the person? It's going to be the same as this one, right? Adjectives agree with their nouns and what? Kendall?
Gender, number, and case.
Very good. Okay, number 20. Altus mons calis superabox. So it looks like this one is probably not completely right. A high mountain rises above the hills. Okay, so that probably would be are rising since it's imperfect tense or was rising. I'm sorry, was rising.
Is superbot rising? I thought it meant like overcome and surpass.
So Superbots
Maybe it also means rising, but we didn't get to that part yet.
overcome, conquer a high mountain rises. Oh, okay. I don't know why this teacher put that in. Okay, I'll probably go back and fix that one too before I put it in the classroom. We got 4 more left. Translate vocabus. Okay, you will call. Future tense. What part of speech is ubi or ubi? Is it ubi or ubi? It would be at the beginning of a sentence. Okay, it's an adverb. 23, queef. What part of speech or what does translate queef? Queef. I don't know if I'm saying it. Queef? Must be queef. Ooh. Last one. Translate Arachne. Remember we learned about that NE. You guys have been practicing that already. Okay, remember that NE was our interrogative participle. So it changes it to a question. Is he framed? Let's see. Podium. Third place. Good job, Grant. Comet. Who is Comet?
Ooh, yes.
I was Comet.
Good job, Kendall and Roar with the skunk. William. Good job, guys.
Just like clicked too fast. Ah.
So I'm gonna put this in the classroom and I'll put some other ones in there too for you guys to kind of do some other things to practice, okay?
I might have got better, but I got like 2 wrong out in the near the last 24.
Okay, so Kahoot is always a good one to go to. It's fun and it's gonna test your knowledge of what you remember.
I almost got the last one wrong as well, and then Kendall may have pulled ahead because we were tied for ones correct.
So maybe for like the last 5, I'll let you guys see so that if you need to kind of hurry up and buckle down and try to catch up and answer your questions faster, like it'll tell you if you have a streak, if you're kind of like on a streak where you get like 4 or 5 in a row, and it'll kind of shout you out, which is nice to see. So
That's when you're on the podium.
yes, but because we didn't have a lot of time, I had to make sure that we kind of stretched it to see if we could get all 25 questions in. 25 may have been ambitious for our time. Okay. We're gonna end up
What's the next subject?
LTW. So go ahead and get your Nearpod open.
Outlines or anything?
I did provide a folder for you for your outlines. Can I not get to the chat from here?
Can I get to Nearpod?
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm putting it in the chat now.
Mr. Mia?
Yeah.
Are we gonna play any games in your pod, or is it just gonna be for teaching?
We are playing a game, but not for L2W. We're playing a game for which subject? I have us playing a game.
Is it for cartography?
Yes, I have us playing a game for cartography in Nearpod today. So go ahead and open up your other window for Nearpod and just get it ready so that we'll be able to go to it quickly.
Can we have another optional name?
Yes, you may. Did I lose Russell? He didn't come back. Oh, there you are. Russell, can you turn your camera on, please? Okay, so LTW, how was it this week with your outlines? You had to practice. What was the new skill we practiced for arrangement? Was it division? How was that? Was it easy? A little challenging? So? Okay, I'm excited to see what you guys come up with. Okay, so we're in elocution this week. So this week we're writing our essays. And so our steps are parallelism with words and phrases, right? And then making sure we have our strong verbs in there.
Can you show me the participants list? Because I don't know if I got in or not. Because I accidentally quit Safari because I needed to quit Mail because it popped up, but I don't know if I'm
what, Simon?
I don't know if I'm in Nearpod anymore because I accidentally quit Safari when I was trying to quit Mail.
Okay, go back to the chat and just go in. We're not in Nearpod yet.
Oh, I already did. I just need to see if I'm my same person or if I'm like a spectator or something.
I don't understand what you mean.
I just want to see if there are two of me.
Oh, well, when we get to Nearpod, I'll see. I don't want to take up our time to do that, okay? Because this will go by quickly. All right. So you see a word on the board here on the screen. What would be the opposite of sleep?
Sour, I guess.
Yeah. Is there any more?
Salty, bitter.
Okay.
I guess bitter would technically be the opposite.
Sauerkraut.
Would that be the opposite, William?
Well, maybe an opposite. There are probably multiple.
Oh,
or else it would be what's the analogy vocab word? Not the same, but the other one.
The antonym?
Yeah, antonym.
Okay, very good. How about this one? Dark. Kendall.
Light.
Very good. How about this one? Smooth. Jordan.
Bumpy.
Okay, bumpy.
Rough.
Raggy. Raggy would be one.
Say it again, Simon.
Raggy.
Raggy? I've never heard that one before, but okay. Is that what it means?
Rough cliff, kind of, so.
Okay. How about loud?
Soft.
Soft. Kendall.
Silent.
Silent. Daniel, you have an opposite for me for loud?
Quiet.
Quiet. Okay, very good. Rasul, can you turn your camera on, please?
Fungus.
Did you say fungus?
What?
Did you say fungus?
No, I didn't say fungus.
Oh, I was like, what? Rasul, can you give me an opposite for loud?
Just to clarify, I did not say fungus.
Okay. Thank you. Russell, you have an opposite for me for the word loud? Can you unmute? I can't hear you if you're speaking to me. Okay, I'm gonna do some other ones. I'll come back to you, okay, Russell? I'll come back to you with a different one. Yes, Kendall?
Off the record.
Oh, there you go. What did you say?
Off the record.
Off the, oh, okay, off the record. That's a good one, especially for writing. Thank you. You got one for us, Kendall?
Muted.
Okay, very good. You guys are giving me some quality adjectives. Thank you. Very, very good. Okay, how about with phrases now? Joyous victory. What would be the opposite of a joyous victory?
A melancholy defeat.
Okay, very good, Russell. What'd
A bitter end.
you say, William?
Sad loss.
Okay, very good. You got one for me, Shiloh? The opposite of joyous victory.
Disappointing defeat.
Okay, very good. Tally?
Tragic failure.
I was gonna say depressing defeat.
Okay, very good. I like that alliteration there. How about this one? Muffled whisper.
Clear shout.
Okay, very good.
An unmuffled whisper.
Say it again, Grant.
He said an unmuffled whisper.
Unmuffled. Would that be the opposite? Part of it would
Yes, he said it, so.
it would still be the same, right? Yes, Kendall.
Wild outburst.
Okay.
Amplified shout.
Oh, very good, very good. How about this one? Rocky Road. Grant, let's hear Rocky Road. Opposite.
Soft street.
Okay, very good, Russell. Grant, you got something for me?
A smooth highway.
Okay, very good.
Forest.
Smooth forest. Okay, good job, William. Yes, Kendall.
Vanilla.
I knew somebody was going to do ice cream. Simon, you got something for me?
Chicken nugget.
Okay. How about this one? Dead grass.
Ice cream is very different than Rocky Road. So
I know, right? So then we would have to use our definition, right? We'd have to define what do we mean by Rocky Road in order to now determine the opposite, right?
Live weeds.
Say it again, William.
Alive weeds.
Alive weeds. Any more? Daniel, what you got for me? Opposite of dead grass.
I don't have one.
Try. Just try to think of the opposite of each word. What's the opposite of dead?
Alive.
Alive. And then what would be the opposite of grass?
Opposite of grass.
Anything in nature, right? Just give me something in nature.
Like flower.
Okay, alive flowers. Very good. Kendall, you had something?
Thriving cows.
Okay, very good. Very good. So you kind of see a pattern of what we're doing here, right? So this has everything to do with our new skill that we're going to learn today. So you see a sentence here. Let me get a reader for this sentence. Grant, can you read it for me, please?
She is easy on the eyes, but hard on the heart.
Okay, so what are our opposites in that sentence? William?
Easy, hard, eyes, heart.
Okay, so let's try phrases, right? So easy on the eyes, what would be the opposite of that?
Hard on the heart.
Right, hard on the heart. So let's try this one. Let's agree to disagree. What's the opposites in that one? I know you guys have heard that before, right? Let's just agree. That just means I don't want to talk about it anymore. Tally, what's our opposites in that one? What are our two opposite words in there?
Agree and disagree.
Right, very good, very good. Agree and
You
disagree.
said,
Say it again, Tally.
I thought you said find an opposite for it.
Oh no, we're looking at sentences that already have their opposites. And so now we're just trying to identify them. So you may have heard some of these famous sayings before, and I'd like to see if you can give me the opposite that goes with the saying. So to err is human. Does anyone know the opposite? Have you heard this saying before? Yes? No? Simon, do you remember the other half of it? Anyone?
Blah 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 is something.
Okay, so it's to forgive is divine, right? What is err? What does err mean?
Error.
Error. Yes, Kendall?
The second half of grr and a growl.
Okay, yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's just GRR.
Oh, yeah, when I see it in comics, I think it's GRR. I'm thinking of Garfield comics. I feel like I've seen that in there before. How about this one? Give me liberty.
Or give me death.
Yes, very good. Or give me death. Do we see the opposites there? So it's liberty and death are our opposites there, right? So this is our new tool that we're going to learn how to use. It's called antithesis. And antithetical sentences contain two statements which are parallel, but then they're opposites. So here's an example for us. But as I make the laws here, I can also break them. What are my opposites in that sentence? William?
Are they make and break?
Make laws and break them. Those would be our two opposites, right? And so what does it mean to have something in parallel form?
Maybe two phrases together that are kind of similar. Like,
okay, how would they be similar?
It could be two prepositional phrases like in the forest, by the water. That would.
Very good, very good. So we know that parallelism, the structure is going to be repetitive, right? So in an antithesis, it's only going to be two. So that's the key word, two parallel structures, okay? So now let's look at some examples of antithesis. Let me get a reader for this one. Daniel, can you read for me, please? Do you see that on the screen?
Yes, I can see it. I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, that by the content of their character. I have a dream today.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. What are the opposites in that?
Me,
Yeah,
the opposite.
remember we just went through kind of looking at opposite phrases. So there is 2 opposite phrases in this passage.
I have a dream today, and I have a dream.
Now, are those opposites? So
Oh no.
be like dark light, cold hot.
I'm looking.
Okay, William, you want to try?
Is it color of their judged by the color of their skin and content of their character?
Right, very good. So we see the parallelism here is by the content of their character. We see that, remember, parallelism is going to follow the same structure, right? So that would be prepositional phrase and then the object of the preposition, right? So we hear by the color of their skin, by the content of their character. That would be our antithesis. Let's try this one. That's one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind. Kendall, what are our opposites?
Small step and giant leap.
Very good. So it would be small step for man, right? Because man and mankind, they're opposite, right? Man is one man, mankind is everybody. So it would be small step for man and giant leap for mankind. Let's try this one. Callie, can you try this one for me? Speech is silver, but silence is gold.
Silver.
Say it again.
Silver and gold.
Is that all that you see in there?
It's in speech and silence.
Okay, so remember, parallelism, we're looking for repetitive structures. So what would be the parallel form?
Speech is silver.
And?
Silence is gold.
Right. Do you see the parallel form there? And you see that they're opposites. Let's try this one. This one kind of helps because it's highlighted, right? Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Rasul, let's try this one. What are the opposites? Rasul is this one. Are you frozen, Rasul?
Injustice. Justice and justice.
Right, injustice and justice. What about these two? What's the whole structure, Rasul?
The threat.
It'd be what's in blue. Read what's in blue.
We're in justice everywhere.
Right. So those are our 2 parallel forms. Injustice anywhere and justice everywhere. Those are our parallel structures. How about this one? Float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. Grant, can you try this one for me? What are our opposites?
Like a butterfly, like a bee.
Okay.
Float and sting.
So it's everything, right? It's float like a butterfly. That's one parallel structure. And then what's the other parallel structure?
Sing like a bee.
Right. So what I want you guys to try to remember is parallel structure are parts of speech. So this would be verb simile, right? Verb simile. You see that? Because you guys are pointing out part of the parallel form, and we want to get in the habit of trying to see the whole thing so that you now learn how to do them on your own. Let's try this last one here. This one has a lot of them. So let me get a reader for this. William.
When there is need of silence, you speak. And when there is need of speech, you are dumb. When you are present, you wish to be absent. When absent, you desire to be present. In peace, you are for war, and in war, you are for peace. In council, you descend on bravery, and in battle, you tremble.
Okay, so there were a lot of them in this one. Let's pick out the first one. William, can you tell me the first one?
When there's need of silence, you speak.
Very good. That's the first one. Kendall, can you tell me the second one?
Are you talking to me?
Kendall for the second one. Thank you, William.
But it would have made the assignment.
When you wish to be absent and present.
Just because that wasn't the assignment, but if
Okay, so this was our first one, right? Silence and speech.
Silence, speak, speech, dumb.
Right.
Are speech and dumb really opposites?
Right.
Because the opposite of dumb is smart.
I think it means the dumb, like you can't speak, that kind of dumb.
Right. Dumb also means that you can't speak.
Okay, never mind.
It's a kind of mean word for saying you can't speak.
Yeah, so if anyone's ever read the, what was the blind one? Helen Keller books. She used to, there's books about her. I think back in that time period, they used to use that word to describe people that were mute. So that was a common way to describe people that couldn't speak. I don't think we use that word anymore. It's not politically correct to use that word, but it just kind of doesn't sound nice to use that word either, right? Okay, what's the next one? Jordan, you want to try the next one? In this sentence, what would be the next one? When you are present, you wish to be absent.
You mean the next sentence?
We're looking
Where
for
is
the
that?
opposite. When you are present, you wish to be
Absent. Oh, okay.
What are the opposites in that sentence? When you are present,
Absent.
Hold on, Russell.
The opposite of present is
It's right here. You see me underlining it with the cursor?
the opposite of present is absent.
Right, very good. So our opposites are present, to be absent. Okay, what's our next one? Russell, you got the next one? You want to try the next one, Russell? We're in this section here. And when absent, desire to be present.
Absent and present.
Very good. Okay, our next one, Shiloh. In peace, you are for war.
Peace and war.
Very good. Okay, Tally, try the next one. And in war, you long for peace.
Peace.
Good job, Russell. Did you hear that, Tally? What was it?
He said,
Peace.
long for peace.
Right, so war and peace. War and peace are opposites. Remember, we're looking for opposites. The last one, in council, you descant on bravery, and in the battle, you tremble. What are our opposites in that last one? So I know you probably don't know what this word means, right? So you're like, is that an opposite? It's an opposite. If you see the pattern that Abraham Lincoln was doing, descant would be the opposite of battle. And what would be the opposite of bravery?
Tremble.
Tremble. So do you see how much antithesis he put in this section of his speech? It's a lot, right? So this is a tool for emphasis. It helps us to draw emphasis to certain points. Okay, so we're going to look at an example of two sentences. And hold on. Okay, we're going to look at an example of two sentences. Please use the chat responsibly. Thank you. I don't want to disable it again if I don't have to. Can I get a reader for this first one? Go ahead, Jordan.
We must learn to live together as brothers or perish as fools.
Very good. Okay, and let me get a reader for this one. Kendall, can you read that one for us, please?
We should really learn to live together within our community, treating each other like brothers and sisters, because if we don't, we are really acting foolish, and the end result would be that we all perish.
Okay, very good. So which one of these sentences illustrates antithesis? Simon.
No.
Which one of these sentences illustrates antithesis?
Antithesis is like the opposite thing, right?
Right. In parallel form, two parallel forms that are opposite. Which one? Sentence number 1 or 2?
2.
Okay. Any other thoughts? William?
Oh, wait, no, isn't it number 1? Live together as brothers, perish as fools.
Okay, how do we know it's number 1? William, why is it number 1?
Number 1 because they're two clauses.
In what kind of form? I can't hear you.
In parallel form, like as phrases maybe.
Right, in parallel form. You said it.
I would say, yeah, because I don't think it's so live together as brothers or perish as fools. You can see the together and perish and brothers and fools. And then you don't really see that in the second one.
Right, so you do see some opposite thoughts in the second one, but remember, antithesis has two parallel forms, two, right? So we do see some opposing thoughts here, right? But they're not in parallel form. So that's what makes the difference. Parallel form and two, back to back. Okay, so now we're going to talk about how. How do we form these antithetical statements? So here are the steps, and then we're going to try one after we look at the example. So first, we want to find an idea to emphasize. That's step number 1. Then we want to generate a contrasting idea. That would be an opposite idea in words or phrases. Then we want to select a contrasting idea that emphasizes our original idea. And then lastly, we'll make the second idea parallel to the first. And then we'll rewrite our sentence now with our antithesis structure. So let's look at an example of that. Step number 1, I use carry on, Mr. Bowditch. Okay, so here's my first idea I want to emphasize. Nat wrote an accurate sailing book full of precise tables and figures. So my words that I'm going to choose to find opposites for would be accurate and precise. Here's my contrasting idea. Previous navigators relied on the flawed practical navigator dusted with careless calculations. So what are my opposites in this one?
Flawed and accurate and precise and careless.
Okay, very good. So now I chose wrote accurate, precise tables and figures, relied on flawed, careless calculations. That's going to be my 2 parallel forms that I will now use in a sentence. You understand how I got that? Okay, so here's my sentence. Nat sailed by, and I instead of wrote, I chose to change it to a verb that works with relied. Okay, so Nat sailed by accurate, precise tables and figures, while previous navigators relied on flawed, careless calculations. So now I have it 2, right? They're opposites and they're in parallel form. You see how we came up with that? Okay, so now you're gonna go to your Nearpod. Flip over to Nearpod.
Jamia, for Nearpod, for me, it's still on a Latin thing.
Yeah, I have to take it to that page.
Can I see what people there are? Because I need to know if I'm actually in it.
I don't see you in there, Simon. Are you Comet? Who's Comet?
Kendall, I think.
Okay, you're not in there, Simon.
It doesn't say my name. I think it says something
Oh,
like.
is this the Gamer McNamer? Is that you?
Yeah, does it say a second optional name too?
No, it's just that one.
Well, then what's the point of the second optional name then?
No, your name. Oh, the Yoinker. That.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yes, that's there, Simon. Do you see?
The second optional name, I think, is so that you can use your real name in the first one, so that she knows who you are.
Okay, here we go.
Shall we begin?
You should, yes, you should see on your screen. I want you now to try an example using Secret Garden, and you have your steps there.
Any random example?
Any random example. Follow the steps.
Oh, there was one thing I was confused about. Eden. Is Eden here? Because on her paper, I saw something very confusing about Secret Garden. No,
Oh, she's not with us today. She's at her grandfather's funeral today.
Oh, it's really too bad. But for her family. But the thing is, it said that Mary drank wine. I'm so confused because I don't ever think that happened.
Oh, okay. Well, we can
Timing that actually happened.
about that.
When did that ever happen?
It happened in the beginning of the book when she was wandering around the empty house. She found.
And she got drunk.
No, she wasn't as long. And you guys, we can talk about that offline because our time is dwindling. Can you go ahead and try this exercise so we can be sure we understand how to do it?
Maybe it cut that part out for me. Who knows?
Are you guys able to use the type feature?
Yeah, but it doesn't work that well, sadly.
Okay, well, do your best. You may use this for your paper if it works out that it fits with your thesis. It could be something that you already do in class.
I don't really understand how this works still.
How, what works?
How to make the thing. I don't really know. Well, what is it supposed to do, first of all?
So if you look at the steps, Simon, we went through quite a few examples where we were identifying.
Yeah,
Simon, can you stop scribbling on your board? I can't help you if you're scribbling.
So, emphasize.
So any point that you want to talk about, what would it be? It could be anything like, in the beginning, Mary was not kind. It could be that. It could be Mary was ambitious. Or it could be anything about the garden, any kind of point that you want to emphasize.
Okay. So
And after you find your point, now you want to look at your point and think of something that would be the opposite of that. So it's probably really easy to contrast Mary and Colin, right? In all types of things. There, you know, when Mary got strong, Colin was still weak in the bed. When Mary became kind, Colin was angry and mean and bossy. Or even if we look at Martha and then Mrs. Who is the head lady? Whatever the head lady's name.
Medlock.
Yes, thank you, Russell. If we looked at Martha and Mrs. Medlock, contrasting them.
Miss Jamia, can we submit it when we're done?
Yes, you may. Okay, Jordan. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Jordan?
What'd you say?
So in your example, you have for your first idea, Mary yelled at Colin. So now what you want to do is look at the terms you have in your idea. What would be the opposite of yelled?
Miss Jamia, does it have to be two words that you're going to emphasize as opposites, or can it just?
Hold on, William. Let me work with Jordan real quick first, okay? So, Jordan, what would be the opposite of yelled?
Talk.
Talk, okay. Talk, spoke, right? And how about what would be, even if you do like a feeling, when someone yells, they're angry, right? So Mary yelled at Colin. So how would Martha speak to Mary?
By talking to her.
How? How did she speak to her?
Did she yell at her?
Did Martha yell at Mary?
There's a good chance.
Did Martha ever yell at Mary?
No, she didn't.
Yes.
No, she didn't.
No,
Yes, she did. She's like, you foul child. You shouldn't have gone to see Colin.
Martha didn't have that kind of personality where she would yell. Let's say that Martha, usually if you can use an adverb, if you describe how a person yelled, then it would be easier for you to come up with the opposite. So if Mary, how did Mary yell at Colin? Did she do it angrily? Did she do it suspiciously? Jordan, how did she yell at Colin?
She yelled at it angrily.
Okay,
because
so
Colin
Mary
kept-
angrily yelled at Colin. So now let's think of an adverb opposite of angrily.
Quietly.
Yeah, so Martha quietly whispered to Mary. That would be a contrasting idea, right? So number 3 is not going to be a new idea. Number 3 is now going to be a combination of 1 and 2. And number 4 is your final sentence in parallel. Okay, let me look at another one. Let me see what you got, William. Okay, so your idea to emphasize, let's see, can everyone see that?
I was still working on mine.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, so let's see. William has Mary showed Colin and walked in the garden for his idea that he wants to emphasize. And so your number 2, which one is your number 2? Is that the red one, William? Is number 2 the red or the yellow? Number 2?
My number 2 is the red one.
Red, okay.
Where I'm generating contrasting ideas.
Okay, so not seen, never been empty. You want to explain that to me a little bit more?
So like no one's ever seen it, and no one's ever walked in it, and the garden's been empty. So
Okay.
those are the contrasting ideas.
Okay,
and
very
the third
good.
one is the select a contrasting idea that emphasizes your original idea. Previous gardeners had not seen the garden, and the garden was empty, or I guess I could do had been empty.
Okay.
And then my fourth one, Mary showed Colin and walked in the garden while previous gardeners had not seen the garden and it was empty.
Okay, very good. That is your antithesis right there.
Miss Jamia.
Yes.
Does it always have to be 2 ideas we're gonna emphasize and make opposite, or can it just be 1 word?
It can be 1 word, but it still has to be in parallel form. So it can't be any more than 2, then it's no longer antithesis, it's something else.
But you can do like 1 adjective and 1 noun, right? If you want.
You can.
Thank you.
Let me look at another one. Comments. Is that Kendall? Robin was loud. Dickens' animals liked quiet. Dickens' animals probably liked quiet. Okay, so number 3, Kendall, is going to be your combination of your 2 ideas of idea 1 and 2. That's what your number 3 would be. And then your number 4 would be the final sentence that you use, including your antithesis.
Miss Jamia, are we supposed to be seeing Kendall's, or is it just you that can see it? Because I just see my own.
Yeah, it was just me. I was just looking at, I want you guys to see an example before we end for lunch. So let's go ahead and turn in your workbooks to page, I want you to go back to your Zoom.
So where exactly?
Go back to your Zoom.
Okay, so now I'm in my LTW workbook.
Okay, so we're gonna go to page 61 in your, well, we'll look at that in a minute. Let's go to page 122 and 123 in the back of your workbook. I think it's the same numbers. It's going to be SA5 if we don't have the same. I think we determined before that our numbers are off. My page numbers are off from yours, I think. So is it the same number for you guys? Okay, page 122. So this was an example taken from The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, right? So you see that first bolded item, that's going to be the division that you will highlight also in your essays this week. But flip over on page 123 from sample essay A. And can someone read the bolded term for us? Go ahead, Kendall.
He could have been honest and open, but he chose to be deceitful and secretive.
Okay, very good. So what are our opposites in that? Simon, what are our opposites in that sentence?
Honest and open and deceitful and deceptive, I think.
Okay, very good. So
I gotta change mine because I understood it differently.
okay, so if you see,
How do I delete everything on mine? There we go. Yes.
We have two contrasting ideas there, right? He could have been honest and open, but he chose to be deceitful and secretive. It's one sentence, two contrasting ideas in parallel form. So an idea for where you would start, if you remember the sheets that you do for parallelism, words and phrases, that should give you some ideas for the emphasizing idea part where you can see opposites, because remember you end up comparing two terms. For your, it's two areas where you can get contrasting ideas. If you went to your comparison sheet where you have the both are, both do, you remember that? You have to select two terms and now you have to compare the two terms. You'll probably see contrasting ideas there that you don't have to think about. They would already be there on your sheet. But also with your parallelism, now to remember how to write it in parallel form, you would refer to your worksheets that speak about the parallelism in words and then parallelism in phrases and clauses. So that's your new skill that you're adding. Yes, Simon.
I just said I finished.
Okay. So do you guys understand how to do it?
So, Miss Jamia, are we not using the workbook book sheet to find?
Yes.
Are we using that because they don't have us, like they have us doing it for someone you respect, such as a family member or friend, and then something you see outside, and then a character in a favorite book. And then are you also supposed to do it for your own examples, or are you just supposed to think of it in your head for your own examples for essay 5?
Okay, no, so this is a new skill. Every time we introduce a new skill, it's supposed to be in your essay. They're giving it to you in your workbook so that you can practice how to develop it for your essay now.
So should we be practicing it 4 times? Once for, because they have us practicing it 3 times. And then should we do it a 4th time for our own examples?
So I would say practice as many times as you need to understand the method. If you only need to do it 1 time, if you understand it now, then you can go ahead and go straight to your antithesis for your essay. If you're a little shaky, then do it 1 or 2 times in your workbook with other examples so that you understand the method of coming up with antithesis.
So we don't have to practice it 3 times if we understand it. We can just go straight into doing it for our essay.
Yeah, that would be fine. Check with your parents to be sure, they're your teacher to be sure. But I would probably say that if you understand it, then go ahead and you can go straight to your essay. But if you are a little unclear, then go ahead and try to practice at least 1 so that you understand how to do it. Because remember, you're only going to have 1 sentence and it needs to be a very clear opposite. Okay. So you guys have any questions about this week? All right. It's time to break for lunch. I'll see you at 12:32. 12:32.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, guys, it's 12:32. We had a 2 extra. I guess they weren't extra minutes because we ended at 12:02, right? All right, so we are back in Nearpod. But before we do, I'd like you to show me your best map for this week. You guys have your maps for this week? Callie, I put the link back in the chat for you too. You should see it for Nearpod, okay? Good job, Callie. Okay, good job, Shiloh. You guys have it by Kendall. Did you show me something? Show me your best map, William. Oh, you got some color today. Very nice. Good job. Good job, Jordan. So what's been easier so far? We've done 2 parts of Asia. Which one's easier, Western or Southern? They may have had about the same.
They're both not very hard.
Yeah. I think they may have had about the same number of countries and features. Would you say, roughly?
During the first half of the week, somehow I managed to ignore Maldives. And then I discovered on like Wednesday that I forgot to include that in my maps.
Oh, okay.
Is there a Kahoot for this?
No, there's a different game for this one. Can you show me your map, Simon, please? Your best map?
I don't have it with me right now.
I'm looking, Kendall. Let me see.
I can go get it.
Good job, Kendall. Okay, who am I missing? Russell, can you show me a map? Your best map from this week? Okay. Is that, did I get it?
Which one was the one with the Arabia? Is that the West region or the Eastern region?
Which was just done?
Yeah, for this week, we're working on Southern.
Southern.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
You have a map to show me? Okay. So William, those shelves over top of the dressers, are those attached to the wall?
Yeah.
That is so cool. Did your dad build that?
Yeah. So you see a little.
Yeah, that's nice. Okay, yeah, they're the.
The bracket, and then those are my workers.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I need some of those in my bedroom. I think I'm gonna end up doing some. Okay, Shiloh, did you show me a map already?
Yeah. Do you want to see it again? I can show you.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure I got everybody. I got you, Daniel, right?
Did you see my map?
No, you didn't show it to me yet. So
I just did.
I didn't see it. I'm sorry. With the background, I told you it's hard for me to see when you hold up something. And your pink beard and mustache. Yeah, it blends in. Okay, there we go. I can see it now. Very good. So you have both there? You have Western and Southern on there? Very good. Okay, so we're gonna go in Nearpod. You guys remember the game Time to Climb? We're gonna play that.
The cooler.
Are we still on a map? Because I have my map right now.
Okay, let me see your map, Daniel. Very good.
Mr. Capitals.
All right, very good. Very good. Okay, so we're gonna do a little quiz today. If you go into your Nearpod, you see it says quiz. So we're gonna have a little quiz today on the countries and capitals from Western and Southern Asia. Okay, it's not all of them. I think it's about, did I put 10? I think I put 10 there. All right, so you guys ready? Which one shall we do?
Can we vote on the map? Which ones are there?
Himalaya, space, or underwater?
Underwater.
We did space. Yeah. Last
Underwater.
Space.
time.
Underwater.
We did space last time.
Underwater.
It's awesome.
Himalayas.
Underwater.
I only hear 3 people.
Underwater. Underwater. Underwater.
Okay, looks like the default is underwater.
Woo! That is 3 people. Aha! Victory, Simon.
Underwater? Okay, we'll do underwater next time. Can you remember what we did so we can do
We did
Himalayas
space
next time?
already,
Okay?
and then underwater. I mean this time. So then I guess Himalayas next time.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, so go ahead and enter in. Pick your little character and enter in.
Is there a way for me to rename to pick a different character? Cause
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, does it let you?
I'm not sure if is there any way that I can exit it and pick a new character?
I think you should be able to. So I have Shiloh. William, want to change your character? Callie.
I need to re-enter the Nearpod real quick.
Okay. Jordan, Comet, Daniel, and Grant. Do I need to put the link in the chat again, William? Or do you have it? One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight. So is Rasul in here? I don't think I see Rasul in. Rasul? Oh, there you go. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right, everybody's in. You guys ready? This is on Western and Southern Asia. So Georgia, what's the capital of Georgia? Armenia, the capital of Armenia.
Yes.
Okay, good job, you
Hmm.
guys. Okay, let's go back to Zoom. And
William, what are you eating? Are you eating pig plus knife equals bacon?
No, I was eating ramen soup.
Did you see my name? I changed it.
I'm still trying to figure out who is Latin is rough.
It says Simon. Chick plus knife equals turkey.
I'm Latin's rough.
Oh, is that you, Grant? That was a clever name.
What was?
Latin is rough, spelled like rough. The dog makes rough the sound.
Mr. Mia, it's a little bit hard to hear you. You keep like gradually getting quieter. I'm not sure if that's
Yeah. I can
I
barely hear
have
you.
my mic plugged in today. Can you hear me at this level?
Yeah.
Is
Little
that
bit.
clear? Okay, you're gonna make me plug up my
I mean, you sound clear, just I can't, like the volume is really low, but I can hear everyone else fine.
Okay, it could be because I turned you guys down. Otherwise, we can hear us all throughout the house. And they got classes going on upstairs. I'll plug in my microphone so then I don't really have to talk too much louder.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear, Simon.
Okay. Can you hear this?
Simon, why the pink beard?
Because amazing.
The legs down. This always looks like a little spaceship when I take it out. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I need to plug it up every time then.
Sorry, are we in Zoom or Nearpod?
We are in Zoom now. I don't believe we'll be in Nearpod anymore today.
So we can exit it.
Yes. Okay, so we are coming along. Week 4 this week, we're going to be looking at Central, Eastern Asia, and Russia. And we'll turn there momentarily. But so far we have Western and Southern Asia going. So we have this area over here and all of this in the green. So I like that this map is color coordinated like that. I don't even know where I got this thing from, but it was a good visual. So, William, you have been on my mind all week about your question. And you know what? It's so crazy that you asked that question. And then when I did my Bible reading, I was looking at, I really love history. History is one of my favorite subjects. And I love making sense of secular history and Bible history. And somehow Palestine came up for me. And I was just like, William, like I had forgotten your question initially. Then I saw Palestine and was like, William. So I was thinking of you this week. And I said, okay, so this would be a cool thing for us to talk about, because then it just kind of made me dive into it. And it was pretty fascinating. So I think your question was, is it a real place? Is that what you asked me, right?
It was like, is it a country? Because ones that we do for cartography.
Okay, did you get a chance to look at anything about Palestine this week?
I don't think I did.
Okay,
I might.
that's okay. That's okay. So Palestine is part of the Middle East and it has a long history. And so if you can see here, this illustration I have, I know the words look really small, but here we have David's kingdom right? So that's biblical history, right? And then remember, once David died, who got the kingdom after that?
Solomon.
Solomon. And then after Solomon died, what happened to the kingdom?
Was it renamed Palestine?
No, it split in two. Remember, it was the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. So Solomon's son Rehoboam had one, and then the other one was given to Jeroboam, if you remember that. I think that's going to be in Second Kings. I think you read about when the kingdom split in Second Kings. And so then all of this area was inhabited by the Jews. And so then now fast forward to this time period, the Hasmonean kingdom, and you see now it's changing, right? They've now lost some of their territory due to wars and things like that. And then still, though, it's inhabited by the Jews. But now look at this, 1920. The British own some of it now. And so this yellow portion is now the Arabians that have now taken over and populated this area that used to be dominated by the Jews. So currently it is Israel, East Jerusalem, the Gaza Strip, and Jordan. That's what Palestine is today. At this time, they had much more land during the biblical periods. Then we get here in 1947, now you see the Jewish population is starting to come back, right? And the Arabians are kind of moving back out to Saudi Arabia and all some of the surrounding things, Syria, the Jordan. And then here you see they're pretty much almost gone. And so Israel comes back, and it's between the Jordan and Mediterranean Sea. That's where Palestine is today. And these are the cultures historically that have lived in this area. So it's not a country, it's more like an area, right? It's not like an official country because it was made up of different countries as part of the Middle East. So first it was the Israelites, then the Philistines, then the Phoenicians, and then the Arabs. And so it was also called the Holy Land. Remember, it was David's kingdom, then Solomon's kingdom. We know that to be in the Bible, the Holy Land. Today it's divided into two states, Israel and then the state of Palestine. And there's all these different policies and things.
Palestine is kind of part of Israel.
Yes, only because of their original inhabitants. They kind of have some ownership to it. But it looks like over time they've lost ownership and then they regained it back. That's what it looks like happened historically. The capital is Jerusalem. And so if you want to, I found it to be very, very interesting. Palestine has a lot of rich history, a lot of rich history. And it's interesting to see how the territories from the Bible, now what they are today when you're drawing Asia, so that all that area in the Middle East, a lot of that comprised Palestine. And if you listen to CNN talks about Palestine a lot. A lot of the wars and things are happening there. There's a lot of things that are going on in Palestine right now. Okay, so since we're drawing China, I thought it'd be interesting to talk about the Silk Road. What do you think that is? The Silk Road. What is silk? Does anyone own any silk?
Probably.
I think my mom would, but I think she does.
Are there any children that own silk? Silk ties, silk sheets, silk pillowcases?
No, I'd be too scared that a worm is gonna pop out of them.
Out of the material?
Simon, they boil the worms. Like they bake them and boil them and stuff.
They eat them?
No, you don't eat them. But they get the silk out of it. But if they waited for the worm to get out of the cocoon, then it wouldn't be good. So that the worm.
Right. And so the Silk Road, what do you think that is? I mean, based on the picture, I kind of give you a little hint, but what do you think the Silk Road is? Kendall?
A road where merchants would go along and things were traded like silk.
Okay, very good. So you used probably some deductive reasoning, logic, right, to kind of figure out what that is. So yes and no. It's more than just one road, right? It's a number of trade routes. And so it was nicknamed the Silk Road, but in fact, it's a 5,000-mile trade route that stretched from China to the Fertile Crescent. So who remembers what areas were the Fertile Crescent?
Is it Iraq?
Right, it's Iraq. So that would have been Mesopotamia, which is now modern day Iraq, the areas between the Euphrates and Tigris rivers. And then you see in our map, Persia. What is Persia today?
Persia today is Iran.
Yes. So Persia today is Iran. So it's interesting to know what the modern day territories are. So when you go back and read the Bible and you read about now the Persians, what do we know about the Persians in our timeline? So it was the divided kingdom. Take me from the divided kingdom in the timeline. Israel's divided kingdom. Go ahead, Kendall.
Early Native Americans, Israelite exodus and desert wandering, Israelite conquest and judges, Greek Dark Ages, Israel's United Kingdom, and then Byzantine Emperor Justinian, Benedict and monasticism, Muhammad. I don't think.
Wait, I think you passed it. So it was Israel's divided kingdom, right? Israel's divided kingdom. Then what was after that? Somebody falls to somebody, and then somebody falls to somebody else. What goes right there?
Judah falls to Babylon, temple
Yes.
destroyed, Babylon falls to Persia.
Right. So there, that portion of history, Babylon falls to Persia. You see where Persia is? Persia's modern day Iraq. Where was Babylon? Does anyone know where Babylon was?
Like right next to it.
Right. It was kind of southwest to it. So you see that these territories were close. And you have people that became strong and then they conquered the nations right next to them. And so our timeline kind of helps us in Asia to know some of that rich history that happened in Asia. And then we can also confirm it in the Bible. And so this Silk Road, it made anyone who was on this trade route, it made them very rich, because at the time, silk only came from China. And silk was a very valuable commodity that people wanted all over the world. So it made all the territories that helped in trading it made them rich. And you see all of our routes here, right?
Is it still valuable?
It is valuable. Silk is very expensive. I don't know if anyone's ever tried to purchase silk for your mom or somebody, but like silk scarves, silk sheets, they're very expensive still.
Like how much is very expensive?
Like a silk scarf can cost you anywhere from $20 to $100, $200, $300. It depends on the designer that made it. So if you go with like a name brand designer, you can be looking at a $2,000 scarf. A scarf.
Wait, is it as expensive as like the not the is it as expensive as like the alpaca stuff?
What's the alpaca stuff?
Oh, the alpaca wool. That stuff is fluffy.
The leather? Is that leather?
No.
That's the wool.
The wool, it's very fluffy.
And so expensive.
I
Yeah.
don't think I knew that. Alpacas are so cute. Hey, what did I just do? Kendall?
Red herring.
Red hair.
Yes. Yes, I just did a red herring. How many of you have been finding red herrings like all week? Yes.
They're mostly out of my parents' mouth.
Yes. And so now I'm almost sad that I let my kids read the book, the ones that are like nowhere near challenge A yet, because now they've been pointing out red herrings all week long. And I'm just like, get away from me. That's not a red herring.
Most of my family doesn't even know what a red herring is. So whenever I like tell them that, they have no idea what I'm talking about.
You got to explain it to them, because now I'm trying not to do them, because now I'm trying to be mindful to say, okay, I need to answer the question. Let me answer the question first and then say whatever else I want to say about it. Because I think my favorite thing to say, like the kids will say, what's for dinner? And, oh, I guess this is an answer. No, I'll say food. So I'm answering the question. So that's not a red herring. But if they say, I want pizza for dinner, then I'll say, well, I want $1 million. That would be a red herring, right? What is that, William?
Yeah, feed them pizza. Oh, that's a cool like bead art thing.
Are those Legos?
Those are beads.
No,
Oh, that's nice.
Thumb is compared to them.
Did you make that?
Yeah.
Oh, very
So
nice.
how do you make? Oh, you can see the little beard on the penguin.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
nice.
So how did you make those?
I happen to have them around. That's off topic, so we can discuss it during break.
Okay. So your geography terms this week. I got some pictures for you. I think we haven't been hitting geography terms as much, and I want to make sure that we do, so we can try to see what they look like during the week, right? So what's this first one? What is that a picture of? Which geography term is that? Kendall?
Peninsula?
Yep. Do you remember which peninsula? Where is that on our map? Jordan, where is this on our map?
Isn't that the Western Asia?
No, that's not Western Israel. This area right here, what is this called on our map? Towie, you know what that is? You kind of get a little.
Which area?
This peninsula, where is this in Asia? If you look at your landmarks here, Persian Gulf is on this side, Red Sea is on that side, Arabian Sea is down here. What land area is that? Here's a little hint.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Does anybody want to help, Towie? William?
Saudi Arabia and the Arabian Desert.
Yes, very good. So this peninsula area here is Saudi Arabia, and this would be the Arabian Desert as one of your features. So remember, peninsulas are surrounded by what on how many sides?
Water on 3.
Right, water on 3 sides. Okay, let's try this one. What is that beautiful thing? Don't you want to go there?
Is that the ocean?
I believe it's the ocean. We're looking at this thing right here. What is that? That's one of your geography terms.
Here?
Say it again. Who said it?
Me, a pier.
Yes, that is a pier. This one is a very beautiful pier. I want to go there. Do you guys want to go there? It looks warm. I bet you it's not 27 degrees there.
Can we look at our terms to help us?
Yes, you can. Okay, so we've done 2 so far. We've done a peninsula and we've done a pier. Okay, I got another one up. And I'm pointing here
Mountain?
at the bottom.
The mountain?
Okay, it's going to be one of your geography terms from this week, Jordan.
Miss Jamia, are these terms that we're gonna do this upcoming week? Because this for week 4, these are terms for this upcoming week.
Oh, I did the wrong ones.
It's okay. Can we just look in our guide to help us? Because I didn't recognize these from ones that I'd copied down.
I just saw somebody in the waiting room. Where'd they go?
So today is the end of week 3, right?
Yes. Okay. Is everybody in? Okay, so you know what? I might have this week's terms next week then. So what do you think this is? This is going to be the bottom of a mountain. What term do you think that would be?
Is it a plain?
No, not a plain. We've kind of gone through plains before when we did it was some foundations memory work.
Is it a plateau?
Not quite. Kendall?
Valley?
No.
Piedmont?
Yes. Piedmont.
I don't know.
Piedmont is just the bottom of a mountain. So you see my big arrow here? This would be the bottom of the mountain. So that would be called our Piedmont.
Are we gonna
say it again, William?
Are we gonna read any of our definitions from this week? Or just go through the ones that we're gonna do next week?
Yeah, we'll go through them next week so that we can see what they look like. I want to try to get you guys to kind of get a visual to what your geography terms are. Okay, how about this one? William?
Plain.
Yes, that one is plains, right? So I remember that there was some foundations memory work where I believe that we had plains as a
like grassland, deserts,
yeah.
tundra, deciduous forest, coniferous forest, tropical forest.
Yes, exactly. Look at all these beautiful things. So what do you think that one is?
Mountain range.
Plateau.
Yes, that would be plateau. So a plateau is just a flat section of land higher than the surrounding area. So different than a mountain, not the same as a mountain. You see, it's almost like hills, right? Where a mountain would be developed different than a hill, right? I think that was my last one, wasn't it? Yeah, we had 4. Okay, so this week, did I give you guys the countries, the separations last week? Did I put that in the classroom for you for Southern Asia?
You gave us all the feature separation at once.
Okay, good. So this week, this is what our focus is for Central Asia. And let's go ahead and turn in our books to 104 first. Okay, so if we kind of put a finger in 104, that's Central Asia. And then we go to 108, Eastern Asia. And let's go back and forth to those and do some comparisons. So what is the country that takes up the most space in Central Asia? Towie?
Kazakhstan.
Yes, it's pretty big, isn't it? And how about in Eastern Asia? What is the largest country? Oh, Grant, we can see you now. Grant, what's the largest country in Eastern Asia? So between 104 and 108. 108 is Eastern Asia.
Mr. Mia, I think I may have learned this is that for the stands, you go in clockwise order, and they're in alphabetical order, starting at Kazakhstan, going in alphabetical order clockwise.
Are they? Was that a shortcut you did when what geography was that? What title was that area called?
I don't know, like maybe the stands, except
I'll have to look it up in our foundations memory work. But yeah, that if you can come up with a crazy acronym, that might help you to put them all the stands in order, right? So Grant, what's the largest country in Eastern Asia?
Is it China?
Yes, look how big that thing is. Woo! That thing was big. So Mongolia is right above that, right? And what do you see that is kind of, what is that? Southeast over China, but southeast of Mongolia. Same color in your book. For Eastern Asia?
North Korea?
Yes, North Korea and South Korea. South Korea is a little bit. So I was trying to find kind of legend to help us with these colors. Did anyone figure out what all these colors mean?
Mr. Mia?
I thought of an acronym for them.
Oh, you did? Okay, hold tight, William. Yes, Jordan.
Do you know, what page are we on?
We're between 104 and 108. We're flipping back and forth. So 104 is Central Asia and 108 is Eastern Asia. So was anyone able to figure out what the colors mean for the countries? Because I looked all through this book. Yes, Kendall.
They could mean something, or they could just be making the map look nicer. And also, when they're different colors, it's easier to tell where the countries end, start and stop.
Right.
Yeah, that's what they're doing for, I'm pretty sure.
Right. I just thought that maybe there was a method to this madness with some of them being kind of the same color. And I didn't know if maybe perhaps that has something to do with politics. So I'm going to look into that more and kind of see if
I think it's just that the different countries with the colors divided, like the Middle East and then Russia, and then like Eastern Asia maybe, and then the stands, and then Southern Asia and Southeast Asia.
Okay, but if I'm following your logic, but all the colors are still different. So like on our Eastern Asia map, Mongolia and North Korea, are they the same color yellow? Would you say?
Yeah, probably.
But then South Korea, so if we go with the logic of the colors don't really mean anything and it's just so that they can stand out, that certainly makes sense to me. But I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't some other connection with a color code and that they maybe meant something more. I didn't find a legend anywhere in the book. Remember, legends kind of tell us information on maps. I didn't find anything like that. So, I mean, I guess we can assume right now that the colors don't really mean anything. But,
Just
okay.
groupings for different part of Asia.
Yeah. That very well could be. So it's interesting that now with the coronavirus, you know, it started in China, but it went around the world quickly, right? China has almost no outbreak. They haven't had any instances because they figured out what to do rather quickly, so much faster than we have, right? But then there's some of these little countries that when I looked on the Department of Epidemiology, they have like 10 cases, 20 cases, and they have not let any foreigners come into their territory. Do you think that there's something to that? Probably, right? They've been able to protect their people, to maybe quarantine the ones that had the virus. They got them well. And there was one country that had no deaths, but then they also had a very low case of it. And I was like, oh, we need to figure out what they did. What did they do, right?
Maybe
Okay.
it's just that everyone that caught it was young. So
Yeah, perhaps. Or it could be, since this was a world issue, if they were paying attention to what was working and what was not working,
Maybe they
and
shot.
their government acted immediately, then they were able to kind of keep their cases down.
maybe they covered up the cases.
Wait.
And so there are actually a bunch more than it says.
Oh, I'd like to think of the optimistic viewpoint, William.
Can I share my acronym?
Yes, please share your acronym with us.
So for most of them, you just have to remember the first two letters in the word.
Okay.
And but for the last one, I couldn't really think of a word with U and then Z. So the Kate, Kyle, the Kate. No, one sec. That doesn't make sense. What begins with C, K-A, that would make sense as a word, like a noun?
I mean, you could still use CA, you just have to know the sound.
How about the cat Kyle tugged a lot? So you just have to, wait. Oh. Wait, how about Kate tagged, I don't know. It's kind of confusing.
So these aren't in order on the screen then, that's what you're saying?
Yeah, you can look down
at the map.
Clockwise order from the top.
Yeah, I can see now. Yeah, all of those stands. And this used to be one territory. This used to be one territory, and then it was separated into all of these little stand territories. So it's interesting if you look at kind of the maps from Bible history and then follow them all the way up to now, and to watch how the world changed and how we acquired more countries, and then we combined countries, we changed borders, we decreased territories here, we increased territories here. It's very interesting to see how the world changed over long periods of time. So this is what you'll be doing for this week. Let's go ahead and look at Russia. Russia is on page 114. Has anyone ever been to Russia? I heard it's cold.
I have. It was miserable.
Tell us about it.
It was miserable in there.
What season did you go, Russell?
Bare winter.
Oh. So what's the temperatures like?
I barely made it out alive.
Not interesting. Have a good time going and stuff.
Say it again, William.
Was there cultural history not interesting? Like, didn't have a good time at all when you were there? Did you do anything fun like you?
Nope.
What did you go for? Was it vacation?
Just a vacation.
Okay. And you
that was the last vacation I would ever take in Russia.
How old were you when you went?
1 or 2.
Oh, so do you remember?
I have photographic memory.
From 1 or 2?
Yeah.
You remember it was cold.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember anything else about it? The food, how about food? You were eating food then, at 1 or 2. Remember any of the food?
Borscht.
Borscht, what is that?
It's like a Russian soup. It tastes nasty.
Oh, is that all you ate? Just the soup?
Basically, yeah, because I'm vegetarian.
Okay. Or if you do like, I'm gonna mute you now, okay, Russell? if you do like most people hopefully don't do, if you visit a new country and you kind of want to experience their culture a little bit, right? You experience culture in food. And so you want to kind of taste whatever is native there, as long as it doesn't have a head on it or
And
eyes
you
or
don't want to tell them.
legs.
Oh, and you probably don't want to tell them that it was gross.
Right.
Wait,
or make a face.
If we asked your mom the same thing about how our trip to Russia went, would her answer be any different than yours?
I know. I see her mom, his mom right there. Miss Sydney. Miss Sydney, do you hear me? Did you mute me, Russell? I'm gonna get you for that. Okay, Grant, did you have something to add? Have you been to Russia?
No, I was asking, can I go to the bathroom?
Yes, you may. So I've seen pictures. I have friends. I have a friend from Siberia. Do you guys know where Siberia is?
It's cold.
Yes, it's very cold.
It's
so
where
remember, Siberia, I believe, was like somewhere out here. Like it was kind of beyond Russia, if I remember right.
Is that where they sent the royal family, like when they took over the castle in around 1900? Like some really cold, remote place.
Yeah, well, this friend, so I told you guys that, you know, before kids, I was a model. And so I was in London and we were in a house. And so usually how it works when you go to, you have people that come from all over the world to this one place and you stay in a house. So there were people there there was one young lady there from Siberia. There was someone there from Australia. There was someone there from Canada. And then there were quite a few people there that were from London, but just from England, but not from London. And then I was the only American that was there. So I became friends with everybody, and Miss Jamia loves to talk and ask questions about where they're from. And I want to know more about kind of their history, and I want to see pictures. I was like, do you have pictures of kind of what your area looks like? So her name was Valta. And when she showed me pictures, all I saw was snow. Like in every picture she showed me a photo album and every picture was snow. So I was like, well, Volta, do you guys like ever not have snow? I mean, do you know what's under the snow? Do you have grass? Like, what do you have under there? She said, well, it does snow most of the year. Can you imagine living in snow most of the year?
Then you could become a professional skier, maybe, if they had hills. So that would be pretty.
Perhaps. But with that kind of weather comes, what do you think, temperature-wise? It's very, very cold. I would not survive there myself. You see, I have on 2 sweaters right now because I stay cold, but my family, they're hot boxes. So in the basement, it's, you know, it's more chilly. But I have on this and I'm still chilly. And I can't imagine living in Siberia. Maybe your body would adapt to it over time, because I'm originally from New York, and you know, New York has much colder winters than here. But still, I mean, she's talking about 10 below, 15 below, 25 below. Oh no, I can't. I can't.
Nothing is colder than Russia.
Yeah, I think Siberia might be a close second.
It's the snowiest place in the world. I went onto the Weather Channel from like the snowiest place in the world. I think it's one of them, and it's in Upper Japan, and it had like snow almost instead of the week. Snow was in the forecast.
Yeah. Can you imagine living in cold weather most of the year? I enjoy all 4 seasons. How about you guys? Do you enjoy all 4?
There are good parts of every season, but summer is probably the best.
The only thing I like about fall is food and Halloween.
Well, I guess kind of. The spring is okay. It's when I guess the pool opens and stuff, and then we're going on a vacation, hopefully. And
Okay.
after challenge, we're going on a cruise.
Oh, nice. So, you know, in this part of the world, they experience a lot of cold weather, right? Over here in this part of the world. Why do you think that is?
Because it's evil.
It's evil. Cold is evil.
Yes.
Simon. Kendall.
The only cold thing. Well, there are many, but ice cream and snow are among them.
They're not evil. They are the exception. Would that be a fallacy that you're talking to us about? Perhaps. Yeah, remember that example when we get to reasoning. Okay? All right. Yes, Kendall.
What was I supposed to answer again? I forgot now.
Why do we think it's very cold a good portion of the year in this part of the world?
Oh, right. Because it's so far north, it's far away from the equator, and it gets less sun and warmth.
Yes, yes. So it's very cold over here. I have a friend from Mongolia too. She's a CC mom in Colesville. She's in the Colesville community, and her family is from here. And she came to the summer camp that I run when we did Mongolia for a week. And she brought like some of the food and the customs and things from there. And who do we remember that from our history out of our timeline was from Mongolia? It was pretty evil.
Tally. See, the cold does.
Some kind of Khan. I think it's
Vladimir Putin.
Okay, Towie.
I think Simon already said it, but Genghis Khan.
Yes, Genghis Khan. Remember that? Rules the Mongols. Remember that? Yeah, he dominated this area for quite some time. And she told us about the rich history of the Khan family from, you know, just from some of the things that they learned in school about him and his domination of that area.
Was it one of the Khans that was in the Mulan movie? Or is that just another ruler that didn't ever exist in reality?
Was it? I didn't see Mulan.
I don't know. I watched the unanimated version. It was a lot more brutal.
Okay. Oh, yeah. We have a couple books on him. Like Juan did,
Sign me up.
Juan did a report on him, and yeah, he got to a point where he was just heartless. He didn't care about the lives of anyone, not even like his family. He was killing his family off. So, when a person gets to that point, it's like, is there any hope?
Did he do anything? Did he like spill royal blood? Or was he one of the people that didn't want to spill royal blood, so that he'd wrap them up in a carpet and then of course just trample on them so blood wouldn't spill on the ground?
Oh my goodness, I'm not sure. Who did that?
I feel like that.
Did that give you nightmares, Mr. Mia?
What they would do, they would
Russell,
up so that they wouldn't spill royal blood on.
Who did that, William? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Okay, I'm not sure. I'm sure Juan was fascinated kind of by just him, and he read like quite a few books on him. So yes, Kendall.
I was gonna ask William, did the carpet trampling really happen, or did you just find that in the book? Because I remember one of the book club books had that in it, but
maybe it probably really did happen in some places. How about maybe for like the next week, or if we have a 5-minute break after this, I can look it up for you in that 5 minutes, and then I can tell you in the next strand whether it happened.
Okay,
Did that give you nightmares?
No, it didn't give me nightmares. I'm just glad I didn't live during that period because I wouldn't want to cross paths with him or any of his family, because I think
is his family just as crazy as he is?
Say it again, Russell.
Is his family just as crazy as he is?
Yeah, I do remember reading about one of his brothers that had the same vendetta as he did.
Oh yeah, and then the Mongols, sometimes they got thirsty, so that they opened their veins and they drank some blood, and then they closed them. That was something that was in an essentials paper.
Okay.
or some kind of paper. I thought, I'm pretty sure that really happened.
Ooh, that's quite interesting. Look at Kendall's face. Okay, so actually, guys, we don't have time to draw today, but I did put all of those countries and then your features that you're focused on for this week in, you're saying I did that in the classroom already? So if I didn't, I'll check again to make sure that I do have that for you, but we're kind of getting closer to having all of Asia. So um, that should be fun. Okay, you guys want a break before your presentations?
5-minute break.
5-minute break. So, okay, real quick, for those of you that are presenting today, we're gonna pretty much go right into presenting because we have quite a few of you that need to present today. So just make sure, please, that you have all your materials right there so that we don't have to wait and we can just go to the next person, okay?
Is that okay if I need to screen share?
Yes, it's fine. Okay, so it's 1:31. Come back at 1:36.
I think it did really happen. I just looked it up. Their idea that noble blood should not be spilled.
Oh, wow.
And Mr. Me, I had questions about how we should do the science fair board. I started doing it, but I didn't do anything because I'm not sure. So in the board that you like, for one thing, is background research not supposed to go on the board? I don't think I saw that, but I looked at my brother's board from like 2 years ago, and his included risk and safety.
Yes, risk and safety should be on there.
I think that the thing that you sent us was a little different. Like, I'm not sure they had that. Is it like, is the way that it's supposed to be put like like, is there any varying you can do, or is it supposed to be like just that and like the exact same thing for every board?
Okay, I'm looking it up now in your guide. Did you already refer to your guide?
Did I refer to my guide? I should have done that. I referred to the thing that you sent us. One sec, I'm gonna lab.
Okay, the only thing it looks like that they have is like a picture of a young lady's board, which I can't really tell. I can't really tell if those are her. That says question, variables, hypothesis. So hers looks a little different.
One second. I still don't exactly see it. Research.
But they don't give you a lot of direction of what your board should look like. I think that's on purpose.
I think this one's a little bit different. I thought the abstract is supposed to go in one of the corners. So is there a little bit of varying you can do, or is this?
Yeah, I think that there is for whatever you want to include.
So am I allowed to include background research if I want on my board? Because I kind of want to include that.
you have some liberty with setting up your board. The abstract and background research might have a lot of duplicate information. So it looks like you can probably pick and choose what you want
I
to
think
put on your board.
the abstract was mostly me giving an overview of my experiment, whereas the background research was more of me explaining
Right.
what, like from different sources, how they acted and stuff.
How long is it? I think it also depends on how long your background research
My
is.
background research is 4 paragraphs, but of course I'm not going to be reading off it.
Right.
I just put it on my board and they can see it.
Right. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think that works. I know some of you now are doing PowerPoint. So as long as you can still do it within your 3 to 5 minutes, I think you have some liberty in the way that you want to set up your final presentation.
Who is doing PowerPoint?
I kind of don't remember now. I think there's at least two.
I think Howie's doing PowerPoint.
Yeah, I think there's at least 2 students doing PowerPoint. I would definitely practice to make sure that you stay within your time, because then points will start to be deducted when you go over 5 minutes.
So I saw from the list that I'm going to be going first. Was that just a random order?
It was a random order. I'm going to show you guys.
So will I have to stay on the meeting and will I just listen to other people's presentations?
Yeah, so I'm gonna speak to all of this when everybody comes back from their break. It's 1:36 now. Everyone should be back. So that I don't have to answer these questions 2 times. I wanted to show you guys. I don't see it right now. What did I do with it? It should be here. Okay. Let me pull this up so you guys can see this. Okay, boom, boom, boom. So,
and Kendall, to answer your question, I think they did with the theory that royal blood should not be spilled. I looked it up.
Fascinating. Thanks.
Why don't you look it up yourself? Because I didn't get the exact details. I looked it up for about a minute and found a non-Wikipedia article about an unusual death that was like that.
Oh, very good. Thank you for it being non-Wikipedia.
There was also a Wikipedia one that was probably saying mostly the same thing.
Okay, can you guys see the science fair flyer? Okay, this is Miss Jamia's work. Do you know, before I was a Challenge A director and Essentials tutor, I was a graphic artist. So this is kind of what my degree is in. Visual communications. So this flyer has gone out to everyone in our community so that anyone at C College Park can come in the Zoom and see you guys. And you can, I've also sent it to your families. So if there's any family members or friends that want to come and view your presentations, your parents have this flyer to circulate to invite people. And you see that the Zoom link and everything is already on there. So this is the order. Tally, I got your name right. I'm sorry for always spelling your name wrong. I've been spelling your name wrong for like 2 years. You know that? Do you know that? It's been like 2 years. I'm so sorry. Okay, so this is the order. Does anyone have any issue about the order? Kendall?
How do you read the order?
Left to right.
Which one is spelled wrong?
Nobody's name is spelled wrong now.
Is this the official order for like the real thing?
Yes. And so when we actually have the fair, you will be asked to stay on for the whole thing, because it's only fair and just for you to hear your classmates. I want you to think about the last few people. If I allowed people to just kind of hop off after you do your presentation, what would that mean for like the last few people that present? they might not have a real audience to present to if no one else came except us, right? And I want us to be able to talk about it too when we come back to class the next time. I want to get everyone's thoughts on how well they think they did, the experience, and I want you all to participate in that together as a class.
Is this like a hard and fast rule that can no longer be changed?
In terms of the order?
Yeah, because I mean, I guess I can go first. If you never mind, I'll go first.
Okay, thank you, William. So this is the order. And if there are like any super concerns about where you are in placement, now, like this week, like what's today? Friday. This weekend would be the time to tell me, or forever hold your peace.
I probably need to go first because my aunt was gonna watch it, but then she has a meeting with someone.
Okay.
Can I go like a little bit towards the middle more?
You are in the middle most.
You are in the middle, Simon.
I want to be replaced with Shiloh.
You are in the middle. I think the middle people should be fine. I think the ones that have the most concern would be first and last. Right, so Russell, are you okay with going last? Are you on here? Oh, there you are. Are you okay with going last, Russell? Okay, please don't write on the board, Simon. Russell, would that be okay? You want to give me a thumbs up? Okay, perfect. So this is your order, guys. I will actually put it, I don't think I need to put it in the chat. I'm gonna send out like a little program a few days before so that you know the order. It'll be like a brief introduction, welcoming everyone, a brief introduction of the judges. You guys will introduce yourselves quickly and then we'll go right into the presentations. I don't want that to take any more than like 10 minutes.
Is the introduction just gonna be our names or is there anything about us?
Yeah. Your name and maybe one thing about your science that you want to share. Maybe it was fun or this was my first time doing science fair or just one quick little tidbit, okay? And then we'll go right into the presentations because that's going to be the bulk of our time and I want to make sure I respect our time and try not to go over 12 o'clock.
The guests will not real, well, the guests, like not us, but then if we invite any people, will they be required to stay on there for the whole meeting?
No, they don't need to. Guests don't need to do that.
After?
Yeah, guests don't need to do that. They can, I mean, you know, most times when guests come in, they pop in to see who they're interested in seeing and then they pop off. So they can do that if they like, but our class needs to stay on for the entire time. And of course, the judges will be on the entire time.
So is it gonna be, we're gonna be on the entire time with our videos on?
You don't need to have your videos on unless you're presenting. Okay, but I do want you paying attention. Like I understand if you need to kind of do a side practice, like it's getting closer to your time and you need to kind of practice some things. I understand that, but still try to pay attention to your classmates. Okay. All right. So let me get out of this. And I don't
see, they're gonna be grading you based on a paper, right? Because like they're not gonna be just remembering the grades, right?
Who?
The judges.
No, they'll have a paper to go by. So it's similar to the form that's in your guide already, but I've made it a little easier for them because only one of my judges is like a CC mom with a science background that's familiar with homeschool and all of that. The other two are like real scientists, and not to say that they would judge you guys like too harshly, but I just want them to be fair in their judgment and to know what to expect ahead of time.
So what do you mean?
So they'll grade you on a number from 1 to 5 for each portion. 1 being you need some work, 5 being you did an excellent job, no mistakes.
What's how many points maximum? Will it be an 100-point maximum?
I'll let you know. I'm going to calculate all that stuff this weekend and send out like some more details by Monday.
I also recommend that I looked up how to win science fair. So if you wanted to, you could look it up. But then just don't follow the examples at the bottom, because then there are some other examples of how to win, like sabotaging.
Oh no, we don't want to use deceit.
Experiments.
Yes, deceit.
We don't want to use deceit. That wouldn't be a CC way, right? If we are to know God and make him known, deceit would not be included in that.
Fine. Explosions.
Okay, so for my people this week, where are we at? So Jordan and Daniel, you guys have gone already. Grant, are you supposed to go this week? I can't even remember. I didn't write it down.
I think it was only Jordan and Daniel and I that went last week.
Right, so everyone else. So Grant, are you ready?
Should we be ready with one glow and one grow for each?
Yes, please.
I guess.
Okay, let me stop sharing. I guess it's not an answer, Grant. It's yes, Miss Jamia, I am ready.
Desktop application.
Okay, you should be able to share your screen, Grant. You needed to share, right?
I've never really shared before. If I want to share like a slide, do I put the amplification or the desktop?
So you should go to share screen in your Zoom window. You see that? When you click share screen, do you already have the window open that you want to share? Okay, so when you hit share screen, you're going to see some options. Press the option of the window you want to share.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Oh,
Mr. Mia,
Yeah.
there are 2 grants on my screen.
Oh yeah. That should be right. Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay. So, hi, my name is Grant Haley. The title of my experiment is To Stain or Not to Stain. After having my teeth cleaned at the dentist, I noticed how white they appeared. I began to wonder what causes my teeth to become less white.
Hold on, Grant. We can't see you. We need to be able to see you. Is there a way I can see you? What, are you on a computer today?
Yeah.
Is the purpose the same thing as the abstract? Or is that the same thing as a question?
Oh, there you go. There you go, Grant. So did you hear William's question? Is the purpose the same thing as the abstract?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, this purpose here is part of my abstract.
Okay.
Can you see me now?
Yes, we can see you now.
Okay. I'm just gonna continue where I left off. Okay. I love to drink water, but also love to drink sport drinks, fruit juices, and soda. I became curious which of these drinks stained my teeth the most. The enamel, which is the white coating on the outside of your tooth, is called the enamel, which is the hardest tissue in your body. The enamel protects your teeth from daily chewing, biting, and grinding. Many foods and drinks can easily discolor the enamel unless proper hygiene is used. Foods and drinks such as tobacco and coffee can easily stain the enamel, causing brown stains. Other drinks and foods such as wine, soda, pasta, and potatoes can also dirty the enamel. More acidic drinks like soda and fruit juices can easily wear away the enamel, allowing the dentin to be exposed and possible cavities to be formed. Because the shell of an egg has a similar chemical composition to tooth enamel, I used raw eggs in my experiment. My experiment tested which drinks over a 24-hour period would stain the eggshell the most. I chose 8 different drinks in my experiment. Coke, 100% grape juice, 100% orange juice, grape Gatorade, coffee, black tea, herbal tea, red wine, and water as my control. The eggs were soaked for a total of 24 hours, checking every 3 hours, recording the results, and then letting them sit overnight for 12 hours straight without being disturbed. I did this process 3 times. At the 24-hour mark, I used a toothbrush on each egg to determine which drink would lose the most color. The final step was rinsing the eggs under running water to remove maximum color. These graphs are the results of each of the 3 tests. Each line represents the color at each check, and the last line represents the color after the rinse. My hypothesis was that the coffee would stain the eggshell the most, and the orange juice and soda would damage the eggshell the most. My results were that herbal tea, black tea, and coffee lost no color during the rinsing process. Although red wine and grape juice were the darkest, after being rinsed, dark spotty stains still remained. The Gatorade lost the most color. It wasn't until the 3rd test until I realized a slight color change in the orange juice shell. It did appear bumpy during all 3 tests, which tells me that it started to damage the enamel. This chart on the left here is a chart of the results of after the rinsing process for each 3 tests. The pictures on the right are of the 3rd test before the rinsing and brushing process, after the brushing process, and after the rinsing process. This is a closer up view of the eggs. The most challenging part of the experiment was judging the color at each check. But remembering that my test was about which drink left the most stain on the egg made it easier to record. Also, I was worried about breaking an egg, which happened once when the Gatorade egg unknowingly cracked and when my assistant dropped the grape juice egg. And when the red wine egg broke while rinsing the process. If I were to do the experiment again, I would use hard-boiled eggs, test for a longer period of time, maybe try different drinks like lemonade, and try different toothpastes to see which one would wear away the stain the most. Thank you. You're muted. Mr. Mayor, you're muted.
Sorry. Can I have one glow and grow for Grant? Very good, Grant. You didn't hear any of my comments? Oh no. Yes, William.
Oh, I was raising my hand for the grow and glow. So
Okay.
your grow is to make it flow a bit more, and don't glance at the paper, though it was only quick glances, so you might be able to get away with it occasionally. And your glow is good volume, and you knew your experiment well.
Mm-hmm. Very good. I think I would definitely agree with your glow. You did a very good job, Grant. I think it's okay to glance down at your paper. We could still tell that you were not reading, which is very good. And one thing that I would like us all to pay attention to Grant's example is notice how he may have had a lot of text, like for example, for his procedure, but he just gave us an overview. He just told us what he did. He didn't read his procedure. And I want you guys to get in the habit of just talking to us about what you did. He did a very good job with that. Your enthusiasm was very, very good. And you skipped past some pictures real fast, Grant. The pictures that came right after your procedure. Were we
Yeah.
supposed to see those?
Yeah, I forgot to flip it.
Okay.
I was supposed to flip it when I started talking about the brushing.
Okay. That's what I thought. And I was like, let me ask him about that because it seems like that you should have been talking while we were looking at that so we could see the step by step. Okay. Very good. If we didn't know, like it just would have looked like, oh, well, maybe we weren't supposed to see that.
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
is it too late to include a graph, or could we still do that?
You
Possibly.
could still include a graph. Graphs are great when you're presenting. Yes, Daniel.
I had a question for Grant.
Okay.
So Grant, the orange juice didn't do that much staining for one of the eggs.
Say it again, Daniel.
The orange juice, it didn't do that much damage to the egg.
Oh, is that a question?
Yes.
Did you understand him, Grant?
Yeah. So it did appear bumpy, and comparing it to the water egg, I think the eggshell looked a little bit thinner. So I think it did a bit damage.
The water egg you didn't even seem to have pictures for the water egg.
Well, that's because it really didn't do anything. It just looks like an egg.
Yeah, we probably would have wanted to see the picture though, so that we could see that it didn't do anything.
Oh, imagine if you had a chicken and then one of your eggs, maybe you could have put one of your eggs in the chicken and see if that would have done anything.
Okay, we're gonna move on to the next person. Very good, Grant, thank you. So Rasul, are you ready?
Wait, I thought you said I was going last.
No, you're going last on the day of the science fair. Right now, I'm just going in the order that I see people on my screen. Are you ready to present right now?
Come on, Michelle.
The day of the science fair, you're going last. Right now, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you need to share your screen?
No.
Or are you gonna do it from your board there?
I'm just doing it from my board.
Okay. Let me pin you so we can see you.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Yes, you may.
Can I get a drink of water?
Yes, you may. Okay, Russell, you can get started. They'll join us when they come back. We got to do everybody today, so it's probably going to run into our reasoning, you guys. Are you ready, Russell?
Can I go after the next person?
Okay. Okay, we'll have you go after the next person. So make sure you have your materials ready, okay? Let me see who is next. Shiloh, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me unspotlight Rasul. Spotlight you. Okay, there we go.
Hello, my name is Shiloh, and the title of my experiment is named On Point. Being a dancer is a lot harder than a lot of people might think. We also go through a lot of point shoes really quickly because they wear out. They wear out during each performance because of how much sweat is building up inside the shoe. My research problem was even though, or my research problem was the dancers go through a lot of point shoes because of the sweat building up. So I wanted to figure out a way to understand why that happens and figure out a way to fix that so that the shank of the shoe won't wear out as fast and we can wear point shoes a lot longer. My research question was, how can a harder shank give more support than a softer shank? Well, a harder shank then gives more support to the ankle than a softer shank because your ankles need to have support to stay up on your toes, because if they don't, then your foot will just sink into the shoe and then you could collapse and eventually injure yourself. Having a softer shank gives a lot less support because eventually you can injure yourself because your foot will sink into the shoe, and because while performing, your foot could slide and you could eventually really have major injuries. A lot of the background research I did was trying to figure out how to fix this problem and understanding why this happened. I researched about the differences between softer shanks and harder shanks because you can actually order or customize your shoes to have a softer shank or a harder shank. So the reason why I researched this was because some dancers choose to have softer shanks than others, and I didn't exactly understand why this happened, so that's why I did some background research on it. The research that I did concluded that some people, they order different shoes or softer shoes because doing faster movements is a lot easier in softer shoes because the harder the shoe is, the harder it will be to control your foot, and the softer it is, it gives a lot more flexibility to your ankles and would give it would and it would and it would eventually lead to giving a better performance and having more control. My hypothesis was that the harder shank would give more support and it would be safer to do slower and controlled movements, but the softer shank would give less support doing these movements and could be more dangerous, but it also helps with faster movements and giving you more control over your ankles. My procedure was in my first test that I did, I took a class and I continuously switched out my shoes depending on how old they were, how worn in they were. I used a new pair of pointers that I just recently got and an old pair that that were worn out and softer. I took 2 classes measuring the difference between how much support I had on my ankle doing more controlled movements or how much I did during quicker movements. And then I compared the experience that I had to my hypothesis, and I tested this again with different flooring and different in different movements to see if my answers would come out the same. I compared my answers against my hypothesis just to make sure that I was doing everything correctly. And then I tested this again with some of my friends that I had contacted and I asked them to, and I interviewed them, asking them questions about my experiment, making sure that I was doing things correctly because they had more experience than I did. The risks and safeties that you should, or precautions that you should take is definitely paying attention to how soft your shoe is, because using a softer pair of shoe in using a softer pair of shoe, more controlled movements is definitely more dangerous, but dancing on point can also be dangerous if you don't pay attention to what you're doing or if you don't know exactly what you're doing. My conclusion was that I expected in the end that the harder pair of pointers would be safer and easier to use, but the softer pair of point shoes would give you more control doing quicker movements. But in the end, I expected that the harder pair would be safer and a better choice.
And what did your conclusion say?
Or yes, I was correct.
All right, good job, Shiloh. So does someone have a glow and grow for Shiloh? William, did you give me one already?
Yes.
Okay, let me try someone else. Jordan.
Shiloh, you need to have like better eye contact.
What's her glow?
She kept looking down at the paper. She wasn't giving good eye contact.
So a glow is something that she did well, and a grow is something that she needs to work on. So what's her glow? What did she do well?
What you did good was you was familiar with what she was saying in the project, and what you need to do better on is eye contact. Better eye contact.
Thank you, Jordan. Okay. Thank you, Shiloh. That was beautiful. I know that you know this. I knew from when you gave us how you were going to do the experiment that you already knew then. And now I'm very convinced that you know what you've done. I just need you to communicate that same confidence when you give your presentation, okay? You're going to have visuals for us to look at, right?
Yeah, that's what I was worrying about, because they weren't on this laptop, so I wouldn't be able to screen share them, and that was like the big part that I was trying to.
So are you gonna whatever it's called, point thing for your presentation?
I was gonna make a PowerPoint. Yeah.
You're gonna show us what the shoes look like?
Yeah, that's why it's a little bit hard to explain exactly everything, because there's a lot of things that you need to know visually.
Okay, Russell, don't share yet. We're still working with Shiloh, okay? Don't share your screen yet, please. Did you hear me, Russell?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Thank you. So one exciting thing, Shiloh, I just wanted to share with you, one of our judges, the one who is also a CC mom, she also, her and her husband own a ballet company. So she's gonna totally understand what you're talking about. And so I was really excited. I didn't tell her about you because I don't want there to be any favoritism or anything, but I think she's gonna be quite excited to hear what you're talking about when you start giving your presentation. So, okay, very good. I just want you guys to be mindful of your time. So make sure that you time yourselves at home. And if you get a little flustered on show day, you have to remember your time in that. You have to weigh your choices, right? So if that means that you have to kind of cut something short and not give us as much of an explanation, but maybe you have a lot of visuals and you just kind of point to things, you have to kind of vary that depending on your time. So it might be good for you to have some kind of time clock right there next to you so that you can keep an eye on your time. But we shouldn't see your time clock, okay? Very good job, Shiloh. Okay, Russell, you ready?
Rasul, you might already be sharing.
I think he is.
You don't have to share.
You're already sharing. You are already sharing.
Okay, so now let me pin you. So you can, are you sharing your screen? Let me know.
If you deleted something, oh.
There we go. You're muted, Russell. We can't hear you.
Unmute. You can go up to the bar and it will have this little unmute.
There you go.
You want me to go up? Okay.
Okay.
No, I need to school now.
Oh, school.
All right, come on. All right, 2 seconds.
No. Upstairs.
Russell, go.
It was nothing. Hello, my name is Rasul Harleston, and I will be talking about hand sanitizer. And my title is obviously what you can see down there. Does it help or is it hype? By Rasul Lamont Harleston. Okay. How many people use hand sanitizer? Good. Due to COVID-19, there has been so much talk about using hand sanitizer to keep from spreading germs, bacteria, and just to protect you from COVID, basically. When the pandemic first hit, the CDC always says use hand sanitizer, and people have been getting richer and richer and richer. Okay. So anyway, I wanted to know if hand sanitizer is really effective at killing germs and bacteria. If so, for how long? I'm sorry. Okay, I'm going to begin. Well, I did some articles, some YouTube videos about what alcohol is it really effective? Does it really kill germs, viruses? How the additives and fillers make alcohol less effective? And the recommendations and information from the CDC. Okay, my hypothesis is if you use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer, it will have little or no effect on preventing the bacteria from contaminating your hands while shopping at a grocery store or department store or just basically picking stuff up. So it's funny I mentioned that. I actually went to a grocery store and tested the hand sanitizer experiment. I picked up several items and just wait before I picked up several items on. Swabbed my hands and then picked up several items. I then swabbed my hands again, then just went home, swabbed the Q-tips on the agar dish, and just waited for 5 days. And I also conducted a brief experiment to observe the difference between hand sanitizer and washing your hands with soap and water. It was kind of scary, the results. There was little to no difference between the amount of hand sanitizer and bacteria on the hands before and after. Using sanitizer literally has no effect whatsoever, probably, due to my experiments. And I tried this 3 times, actually. Okay, my recommendations are not to rely on hand sanitizer alone. Wash your hands frequently. I don't care if you washed them 2 minutes ago. Stay healthy with nutrients and exercise. Use gloves when in stores. Clean the high-touch surfaces and sue the CDC. We want our money back. And I would like to thank myself for making this all possible and getting this done with. Did anybody hear me?
Yes, we heard you perfectly fine. Thank you, Rasul. Okay, so.
I think you're supposed to use hand sanitizer after you go to the store.
Okay, we're not commenting on that. Can you give us a glow and a grow for Rasul, please?
Simon.
Rasul, did you show the pictures?
Okay. My glow is that he did a really good job on presenting his volume. But next time maybe he can't have so many pauses or go over time.
Okay.
Say, wait, what was your grow?
You can't pause much or else you might go over time.
Careful of your pauses because you might go over time. But your volume and your you definitely knew your project. So
yeah, pretty good.
Very, very good, Rasul, because we know that you definitely knew your project. Some things that I'd like you to work on before Saturday is make sure that you have pictures for us to see your experiment. So when you're talking to us about the comparison, we need to see your research. What did you do to learn that one was better than the other? Were you able to do a graph too? Did you do any graphs in your data?
Razul, I have one question.
Hold on, Simon, hold on. Were you able to get any graphs in your data analysis, Russell? You gotta unmute. I can't hear you.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll wanna see your graphs too. And I just want you
to I'll show them.
Talk to us about your graph and the data that you learned from it. The last tip I'll tell you, your recommendation.
There were several, I just didn't get to the. Okay, here you go.
Okay.
Experiments. It's not mine.
Keep going. Keep going.
Okay, there's your graph. I see your graph.
And then she's going to show the petri dishes.
Okay, that's your petri dishes. Yes. What were those petri dishes of, Russell? What were they of?
Bacteria.
Okay. So we would like to see that. I'm sure the scientists are going to want to see the pictures, and you're going to have to explain to us what we're looking at.
I was just going to share the. I was just going to share it at the.
Okay, and the last thing that I just wanted to mention is you gave us your recommendations. I love that. That I saw in your presentation that you do have them at the end after your conclusion. You have to pay attention to your time to see if you have time to tell us your recommendations. If you find that you're getting too close to time, then that's going to be something that you'll have to leave off. Okay? So make sure you have a timer somewhere near you so that you can pay attention to your time. Okay, you did a very good job though, Russell. Yes, William.
Do you think that like the best amount of time we should use would be like about 4 minutes and 30 seconds? So we have like a long experiment, but we're not running over time. Do you think that would be the golden time for an experiment?
Well, you can take the full 5 minutes if you need to. I don't want you to shortchange yourself. but I just want you to pay attention because, you know, when you get to 15 seconds left, that's quick, right? When you get to 2 minutes, I mean, we don't have anyone to say 2-minute warning, like you'll have to be able to monitor that yourself. Okay, good job, Russell. Okay, can you stop sharing your screen, please? Oh, one other thing, Russell, make sure when on Saturday, when you present, that you're not leaning back in your chair. Can you hear me? Yes. Make sure that you are full on camera and we see you.
Miss Jamia,
Yes.
should we have like, are there any rules like a blank wall that you're supposed to have? And like for your experiment, should it be a blank wall?
I mean, it would be helpful if you don't have a busy background so that it doesn't take away from your experiment. But everyone doesn't have an empty wall in their home, so I don't want you to be too concerned about that if you can't find one.
Can we have like a sciencey are we allowed to have a sciencey virtual background, like if we're not presenting but it's someone else's turn, something related to science fair?
I'm probably going to have you turn your cameras off when it's time because I'm going to pin the person so that it doesn't distract from the presentation. But when it's time for a person to present, we want all eyes focused on them, right? So I'm probably going to ask you not to have that during a presentation for your classmates.
Can we have the virtual backgrounds when the judge is deliberating and we're just talking amongst ourselves after presentations?
That's possible, as long as it's
or like when we introduce ourselves, can we have a science fair related virtual background?
Yeah, that could be fun. That shows some personality too, I think. So if you would like to do that, that would be fine. But then when it's time for you to get serious and present, we probably want to remove that. Okay, so Simon, you ready?
Yeah, but my board is still a work in progress. It's not glued down, so I can't use that.
Okay. Well,
are you doing the project board?
Yeah, I'm doing a project board.
So there's gonna be someone that's actually doing a project board like me. I'm not gonna be the only one.
Yes.
Okay, so can you remove those things off your face? Please, Simon.
I think that includes the pink beard.
Yes, there we go. And can you give us a regular background so we don't long to go to the beach? It's very cold today. I would like to be where that is. There you go. It looks very sciencey behind you too, Simon. Okay, are you ready? You ready, sir? Do you need to share your screen?
No.
Okay.
There's stuff on my walls, so I guess sciencey. Okay, so let me just. Oh, great. Okay. Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So is there like a timer? Okay, well, whatever. Okay. Imagine what happens when you drop a pebble of. Can I start over, please?
Miss Jamia, you're muted.
Imagine what happens when you drop a pebble into a still pool of water. Now imagine what it would look like if a loud sound was played into that same pool. The purpose of my experiment was to examine what happens when you play tones through water and whether you could take pictures of that pattern that it creates and use the pictures to find the frequency of the tone. My question was, is it possible to find the frequency of a tone by looking at the pattern that it creates when played through water? I predicted that you could, and that I would be able to see, predict the tone of sound by looking at the pattern that it makes when played through water. My materials are a 9-inch round cake pan, 200 grams water, plastic wrap to fit around a speaker, a stereo speaker, a stereo receiver, a phone to create the tones, and a camera to capture the pictures. My procedure was that you make your setup as here, where you have your camera capturing the water, and this speaker plays loud tones through the water, creating patterns. A key part of my procedure was test tones, which were 8 tones randomly chosen by my assistant that I did have no knowledge of what frequencies they were. Using 4 tone graphs that I had created, I predicted the 8 test tones. My control was how much water was in the pan. I originally intended to have the volume as a control, but that didn't work because volumes have to be different to not splash out of the pan. My variable was the pitch of the sound. My results indicate that there are 4 distinct patterns and connected to 4 ranges of tones. My predictions were correct within a certain margin of error, and I find that my results were successful. In conclusion, I think that you can predict that the tone of a sound by looking at the pattern it creates into water. Thank you for listening. Do you have any questions?
I have a question.
Okay.
That picture that you showed us about did you draw those pictures or you use them offline?
I drew them on my iPad.
Oh, okay.
So sorry, I didn't get to this for Razul, but I think I found a typo in his paper that he might just want to fix before. If he's presenting with that, he might just want to fix the typo.
Yeah, but it's not that bad because percent is just a 2.
It was because it's just that I think don't the judges look for any proper pronunciation?
Well, pronunciation, accuracy.
And like accuracy, I think he said, I think he might have skipped like COR or something in coronavirus. So it's not a big thing. It's just something I wanted to mention.
Was that for Russell?
Yeah, that was for Razul, but I kind of, Simon, when I remembered about it, Simon was about to go, so.
Oh, okay. Next time we can hold off until we're finished with the person that we're on. Can I get a glow and a grow for Simon?
Wait, one thing. Is there any more questions that anybody has? No, yes, no. Okay.
Okay, Kendall?
You had good pacing, but you need to work on your enthusiasm. You sat there looking like you were bored.
Yes, I have a similar comment. I know that you enjoyed this experiment, Simon. I know that you did. So show us that you did, because I know that you did. You put a lot of hard work into it. So show us that you did enjoy it. Now, when you're presenting formally, it's not like a bunch of smiles and stuff, right? But we can certainly tell the difference between an enthusiastic presentation and then one where you don't look so interested in what you're speaking about, right? We can tell the difference. And so you're going to practice more, right? Because you were reading a lot today, right? And
yeah,
so
memorized.
Okay, very good. I don't know that you guys have to necessarily memorize everything, but maybe put some, you know how we keyword outlined for essentials, right? KWO. Maybe KWO something, just the first part of a section. So if your purpose is something, give yourself some words that kind of start your conversation with your audience as a reminder, but don't write out sentences so that you don't now find yourself reading the answers, if that makes sense.
So you want to engage your audience? Is that what you're saying at the beginning? Because, well, yeah, so I just thought of an engaging thing a little while.
Right. And something I've noticed with many of you that I think I'm going to do a flip grid to give you some tips to remember. You remember we're learning the difference between active voice and passive voice, right? In Latin. So an active sentence would be, I predicted, I had a question, or I questioned this according to my background research. I'd like you to get in the habit of using active voice instead of saying things like my purpose is, my hypothesis is.
Oh, that was my dad. He says that it's science report is better in
Miss Mia.
Yes.
That's right. Or if that's supposed to be science fair, that's just what I did.
Right. Based on, hang on a second, Jordan. So based on the way that we're presenting, now it's almost like you're presenting to us an overview of your project. And the judges are just going to want to see that you understand the scientific method. And so they're going to be looking for key vocabulary terms like question, hypothesis, purpose, background research. But I want you to tell it to us like you know what you're talking about.
I do.
Right? I know you do, because I remember you explaining to us your procedure for your experiment. And did anyone notice math that we did today? What was on Simon's picture? No one noticed those geometric solids? Hold your paper up again, Simon.
Oh, I just traced this basically.
You don't see those geometric solids that we were working on today?
Good.
Oh, would that be a good thing to put to show for the judges to draw a picture of what our experiment looked like?
I mean,
if it fits into, I don't know that you want to do anything extra. I think he was showing us his setup.
No, I thought I would put that on my poster board maybe, because it's kind of hard to describe the setup really.
Did you take pictures of your setup?
No, but it's still downstairs.
Okay. So whether you use the drawing or you take pictures of the setup, we just need to see the setup. I think either would be fine.
Okay.
You had a question or comment, Jordan?
Oh yes. My favorite, it keeps saying every time I press sign in with Google, it says like ERROR. It says error. It won't work.
Oh, that probably is your internet. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Are you on Google, the browser? If not, then I don't think it will work.
Well, I downloaded it on my laptop.
So you downloaded Google?
No, I downloaded Flipgrid on my laptop.
Oh, then.
Oh, okay.
No, I've never had that.
You
so.
should be able to just go to the
Let me try.
To the website.
I was having some trouble this time. Before it would usually let me in. Is it a different thing that you sent out today? Like, is there a way that you could send it out the way you did before? Because this way, when you're logging in with your email, it won't let me do it. I don't know if it's something about the account I have, but there's an error using my account. But I was able to get in with the way that you used to do, where we logged in with our first name.
Your first name. Okay, I'll go back and do it that way. I'll have it that way up by Monday, so you guys can get back in with your, I think it was your first initial and last name, right?
Or maybe it was first initial, last name.
Okay. Okay, very good job, Simon.
I don't have any problem with Flipgrid, so I don't know.
Okay, did you already put something in there?
No, I didn't do any Flipgrid. Said it was optional, and
I'll make a new one so that you guys can get in the old way.
Okay, great.
That's why I haven't been making. That's why I haven't did my science thing on the Flipgrid because it wasn't working.
Okay.
And when that code that you had SCP 2021, I put it in, and then it said join with Google, and I pressed that. I pressed my account and said
So it had to be, you had to already be into the Gmail account that your parent or your guardian signed you up for. So it's based on the email that I have for you. So if I don't have your personal email, Jordan, then it's not going to recognize your account. But I'm going to switch it. I'll switch it back to the other way that you guys log in to just make it easier.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Towie, you are up.
Should I still be thinking of a grow and glow, or are you not going to call on me anymore? Because I already did one.
I am going to call on you again, William.
Did he say you are, so I should think of one?
Yes. Okay, Towie, let me pin you. Do you need to share?
Not right now.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Towie, and my project is titled Fabulous Filters. My research problem is rain barrel water is fine for watering plants, but can you drink it? Water from the rain barrel is full of bacteria and other environmental contaminants, such as dust, chimney smoke, soot, bird poop, lead, and copper. Rain barrel water does not provide disinfection or filtration, so you never exactly know what you're getting unless you purify it yourself. This research seeks to discover what type of water filter works best for filtering rain barrel water. For my research question, I was wondering which filter would work the best to take all the bacteria or portions of it out of rain barrel water. The filters I'll be testing are a commercial filter, like the type of filter you would find in your refrigerator, a coffee filter, and a homemade filter with charcoal and rocks. For some background research, we actually found out that the water that you get from your tap or your bathroom sink actually has small amounts of bleach in it, because the factories that use the water and then put it into your faucet, they actually put bleach into it so the water looks clean, and so it's semi-drinkable. When you're doing an experiment, you must always take the risk and safety factors into it. When I was doing my experiment, I had to be cautious because if I took a sip of the water, I could get very sick as it wasn't cleaned yet. When we were doing the experiment, we found out that a small amount, that there's actually some lead in the water, and it could actually be very toxic if I drank it. All my observations were recorded and added to a virtual lab book whenever I discovered something about my experiment. If I discovered something, say which filter worked the best, or I needed to add something, I always added it to a real life lab book. The water that we used was meant to be the same, but sometimes we messed up because we ran out of water, so we had to replace it with different rain barrel water. For my coffee filter, we tested it for hardness, chlorine, alkalinity, copper, iron, nitrite, and nitrate. All those tests for hardness, it came out to 0 ppm. For chlorine, it came out to 0 again. Alkalinity, it came out to 0. It had 0.1 ppm of copper, 0 iron, and 0 ppm of nitrate and nitrite. For my homemade filter, we tested it for the same minerals again. It had 0 hardness, 0.5 chlorine, alkalinity increased to 80 ppm, and nitrate and nitrite both increased to 0.5 ppm, while copper remained the same at 0, and so did iron. For my commercial filter that we tested, it remained at 0 hardness, it gained 0.5 ppm, alkalinity increased to 40 ppm, copper stayed the same at 0 ppm, iron stayed the same at 0 ppm, nitrate and nitrite gain 5 ppm for a total of 5. In conclusion, the water filter that worked the best was the pure water filter or the commercial filter, because it's built to take out most of or every mineral in your water. It's built to take out most and every mineral in your water that is not drinkable. The filter that came in second place was the homemade filter. Even though it gained in copper and alkalinity, it still took out more bacteria than the coffee filter. The coffee filter, as you would assume, did the worst because it's only meant to take out big grains of coffee. It's not meant to take out um, minerals or bacteria. It's only made for coffee. That's the end of my presentation. If you have any questions or comments, please let me know.
And before we gather the glow and grow, I have a question about how you gathered your rainwater. How did you gather your rainwater? You're muted, Tally.
We have a filter in our back. We have a rain barrel in our backyard, and every time it rains, it fills up. So we just use the hose on that to take the rain barrel water and we put it into a cup.
Okay, very good. Um, did you mention that? How you gather your water? Did you already mention that in there?
No, I didn't. I forgot to.
Okay, yeah, you might want to mention that.
Yeah.
Okay, does anyone have a glow and a grow or any questions for Tally?
I have one. The coffee filter, shouldn't it do better than the ones with rocks and stuff? Because that would just add like a bunch of rock dust and a bunch of other stuff that you don't want to drink.
Well, the way charcoal works, it's like if you go to like a stream on a mountain, the water will be cleaner there than say water you might find from the rain, because it goes through rocks and charcoal and all that stuff, and it actually cleans it.
How does that work?
So the water's flowing through the rocks, and the rocks like they gather all the bad minerals, and they like absorb them and stick to them while the water just flows through. It's like brushing your teeth, but the rocks do it.
Also, if the water is really cold, sometimes it's straight drinkable, right? Because I think my mom went on like this hike, and then it might have been one of the Great Lakes, so it was so cold that the water was drinkable. Like you didn't have to really filter it. I think it was just drinkable from its normal state.
I think that's probably because well, I'm not very sure, but it seems to be like a very common known fact that cold water's better.
I have a grow and glow.
Okay, go ahead, William.
Okay, so your glow is no experiment, good volume, excellent eye contact. Your grow, so I kind of had a lot of trouble finding a grow. So maybe I might have heard a couple stutters. So, but otherwise, and just practice and great job.
Yes, very
You
good
don't really
job,
have much of a
Tally.
glow. Or I mean,
What was your last comment, William?
I said you don't really have much of a grow.
Okay, we didn't get the full of your experiment because it's kind of hard for us to see how you work with your presentation and all of that. So you did a very good job just presenting your information for us. I'm anxious to see pictures and to see your findings and then how you present that along with the information that you learned. You did a very good job, Tally.
We're making a slideshow with Apple Keynotes.
Oh, nice. Fancy. That'll be exciting. Very good.
Ms. Jamia?
Okay, Russell, can you sit down, please? Thank you.
Ms. Jamia?
Yes.
I'm just a little bit hyper today.
Okay.
About, a question about How, I don't know how to pronounce his name.
Hold on, you're breaking up a little bit, Daniel.
I have a question about this experiment.
Okay, go ahead, ask your
It is
question.
my internet. Um, how did you find out what minerals was in the water?
We used a test kit, and the test kit decided what kind of materials it had to test for. So we stuck a little strip with all the tests on it, and you put it in the water for say 30 seconds or so. Then you took it out and looked at the colors, and if it was blue or something, then that meant it was contaminated, and if it was say red, then it was clean.
I think my dad might have something like that for a hot tub or hot tub. Some kind of thing where you stick it in and then it shows which colors.
William, you know what might be cool? Putting like a few fish in your hot tub and like.
No, they would die.
Okay, not now, guys. Our time is getting away from us.
So,
Okay.
Kendall.
Kendall, very good, Towie. Kendall, you are up. Are you our last?
I think so.
Okay, good. Okay, let me spotlight you. Do you need to share your screen?
Nope, I'm doing a project board, but it isn't ready yet.
Okay, very good.
Spoiler alert, moldy bread ahead. Hi, my name is Kendall Kovarik. I've seen food grow mold in the fridge before, and I wondered if natural preservatives would work, and if so, for how long. I did some background research and learned that there were two types. Preservatives that lowered the pH level and preservatives that were cell disruptors. My hypothesis was that natural preservatives would retard mold growth for 4 days longer than the control. I made the bread, added the different preservatives, vinegar, prune juice concentrate, raisin paste, whey, cinnamon, and clove. I stored the samples on a warming mat. The control molded first, followed by the raisin paste, the vinegar third, prune juice concentrate fourth, cinnamon fifth, and clove and whey last. The control, raisin paste, vinegar, and prune juice concentrate all had beautiful spots of mold on all 3 samples. But out of the 3 cinnamon samples, only 1 molded, and that happened on day 5. The same thing happened where only 1 sample molded for the clove and whey, except they molded on day 7. My results differ from my hypothesis. The minimum difference between the control molding and a preservative molding was 1 day, and the maximum was 3 days. This was a fun experiment, and to continue in the future, I want to test how mold grows in different temperatures and in being in a lighted area versus a dark area.
Good, very good, Kendall. Okay, Shiloh, you want to give Kendall her glow and grow? Any questions first about Kendall's experiment? Any questions? Okay, go ahead, Shiloh.
I think you had I think you had really good enthusiasm and you really knew what you were talking about and seemed like you had a lot of fun. I'm not really sure a specific thing that you could work on. I guess everything would be a good starter, but you did really good.
Okay, thank you, Shiloh. We always get these amazing facial expressions when Kendall's talking about gross stuff, right? So when she shows her excitement about the different mold, we can certainly see that her enthusiasm was like way up, right? Yes, we certainly enjoy that.
So you said you were doing a project board. Looks like maybe it's wait, Jordan and Daniel, what are you guys doing? Project board or
I'm doing a project board.
Okay, very good.
So
And Jordan, you're doing one too, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be using my project board.
those
Okay.
will be probably evenly split.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like we'll have a good variety for the judges, right? So I really would like to see how you guys present with your boards. So I'm going to get those Flipgrids up as soon as I can, just in case any of you wanted to kind of practice over the weekend. I'm going to try to get it up by Saturday morning, okay? So it's there as an option, or you can wait till next week, but put some eyes on it so that you can at least see once how you present to the audience. Okay?
Is it going to be viewed by anyone? I know originally you were saying that you were going to send it to maybe one of the other challenge directors to give some comments on.
Yes, I do intend to send them out if you get them in a reasonable time, because you know the directors still have all of their own work to do. So if you can get them in at least by Tuesday, that should give them a day or two to be able to view them and then to get comments back to you. Okay.
Exactly.
Say it again, Simon.
Give the research things to who exactly?
You'll see when they give you your feedback.
What if I refuse?
Oh boy, Simon. Okay, so Kendall, your glows, you did everything well. I just would now, for your grow, I would just kind of like to see how you work with your board, right? Using your board as a prop is something that I'm gonna want to see from all of you. But your volume was good, your enthusiasm was great, your eye contact was great, you had good pacing, and practice those questions, you guys, so that you don't get too flustered, right?
Miss Jamia?
Yes.
For science fair next week, since it's going to be the day before we present, can we just have a party in class and watch a movie for that 1 hour? Because there's not going to be
movie for an hour. Movie for an hour. Movie for an hour. I vote.
I actually have the perfect movie.
Yes. Let's send in votes in the classroom. I vote for one.
Yeah, maybe an X-Men movie, maybe.
Okay, hold on. We do need to introduce anatomy next week. So if we introduce anatomy within 30 minutes, we may be able to do something fun for the last 30 minutes.
Oh, can we play Kahoot, like a random Kahoot with a random quiz that
No, I want a movie.
Okay, you guys want to
I want a movie.
reasoning, or you want to go right into reasoning?
I don't know.
Great.
Wait. We have one more class. We have one more class.
Great.
We already had it. We already had a break, and weren't we doing one break in the morning and one in the afternoon?
Right.
You know, I kind of need a break.
We didn't do one in the afternoon yet, did we?
We took one after last one, remember?
Okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so yes, Kendall.
If we're not having a break, may I go use the bathroom?
Yes, you may. So this is probably the most fun seminar, and we don't have our full time to do it. So let's try to get done as much as we can in our time. It's going to be cut short by only 40 minutes. Okay.
By 40 minutes? We only have 15 minutes to go. That's
We have 40 minutes to go.
Doesn't this beard look real?
It does.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, Grant is trying to.
No, it doesn't.
You guys. Yes, Grant.
If we're not having a break, can I have a break?
I prefer you not take a break. I thought we agreed that we would do one break in the morning and one break in the afternoon. So unless you need to use the bathroom or something.
Right now you need a break.
We don't have the full 50 minutes for this last seminar.
Watch everyone all of a sudden decide that they need to go to the bathroom.
Okay, so let's go ahead and get to this reasoning. You guys, this is the fun part. Don't you guys enjoy reasoning? Or am I by myself in that? Does everyone enjoy reasoning? So?
I hate reasoning. It's evil.
Who said it's evil?
No one.
Simon, you're on this evil kick today. Wasn't something else evil earlier? Was it weather or something? Cold.
Yes,
was
it was
evil.
cold things. Cold things.
Yes.
Other than snow and ice cream.
Yes, and
Right.
also
And I said to remember that for reasoning, right?
yes, and I remembered it.
Okay. It looks like William remembered it really.
I did also.
Miss Jim.
Would the except for snow and ice cream be special pleading?
Yes, it would be. It certainly would be. So we're going to talk about that today.
Can I
Many other, wait, what? Aren't we already did special pleading like 2 weeks ago, I thought.
No, we didn't.
Okay, then I guess I'm
Somebody please remind me what split is.
Say it again.
Go ahead. Yes, let's go.
William, did you have a question or a comment?
I think you may have pinned Kendall, so
Yeah.
She's not still pinned, is she?
No.
Oh, wait.
No, I think you
Okay, so a quick review. What does this help us remember?
Are those gummy?
Mr. Mia, I don't have my fallacy detector book right now.
Okay, do you have it with you at all? No?
Swedish fish.
Okay.
Red herring.
What does this picture help us remember? What's a red herring? Kendall.
It's like a distraction.
Where it came from or what it is in a fallacy?
Right. Explain this picture to me. What's happening?
So when they were training dogs to hunt, they would lay down a track of a raccoon or fox or whatever they were hunting, and then they would drag a nice, smelly, ripe, delicious fish across the trail, leading in a different direction. The fish were red herrings. That's why it got the name.
Right. Very good. There's that enthusiasm again for the things that are gross from Kendall. So this picture, get it in your mind. This is the exact definition of what a red herring is, right? Where it came from and how it works in logic. It's meant to be a distraction. Very good. So, okay, let me get a reader for this. Grant, can you read this for me, please?
Mom, I want a toy. Honey, let's rush home. Yummy treat for you.
Okay, so what is the argument?
She wants a toy.
Right, and how does mom respond?
With a red herring.
Right, a red herring. Instead, she's trying to distract her with what?
A yummy treat.
Yeah. Have your parents done that?
maybe sometime.
No, they would say nope.
They might say,
Me, I want Lego set. Them, nope.
I think I've done that before. They may have asked for something and I'll say, well, let's go get ice cream. And then they forget all about it. So then guess what? It worked.
did they ever ask you about it after you go get ice cream?
Of course they did, because they never forget. It just distracts them for a short period of time, but then they come back again. And then I'm like, will it work again? Let me see. Most times it does not. So, okay, so we are going to review this often so you guys can remember the whole point of us studying this book. What is a fallacy? What is a fallacy?
It's bad logic.
Okay. Let's not use our banned word bad. There's a better word that describes it.
Logic.
Say it again.
Terrible logic.
Terrible logic.
Obese logic.
How about an error in logic? Is that what we remember? An error instead of bad? Does bad really tell us kind of how, answer, we need to kind of understand it's an error in logic or a mistake in thinking.
Well,
right?
we could ask, like, how bad? Bad.
So then what's logic?
Math.
Good reasoning.
MCC
Good
apparently.
reasoning. It's not an opposite. Remember, this was in chapter 1.
Can we look there in our book?
Kendall, you remember?
Logic,
Yes.
it's what kind of like common sense.
Okay. That's a very good, in your own words, definition. So it's just reasoning. Remember we talked about reasoning? So sometimes reasoning isn't always common sense. We kind of have to figure it out, but it's not necessarily good or bad yet. We're trying to determine what is true and what is false. That would be logic. Okay, so it's reasoning, trying to figure out what's true and what's not true.
There's one thing that I remember, and I just kind of remember this from reasoning. It's the Senator Ribbit thing, and I have like all of them in my mind, and I can remember like personal attack and stuff.
That was some of the fallacies that we'll get into.
So funny.
Yeah. So when we get to them, you can go ahead and tell us what you remember when we get to each one, okay? So now we discuss fallacy, we discuss logic. So what is a logical fallacy when we combine the definitions?
It's a fallacy that makes sense.
Without using our words to define the term, what would it mean?
An error in logic that makes sense.
So not in logic, an error in
reasoning.
An error in reasoning would be a logical fallacy. So why do we study logic?
Because
to detect them.
Required to.
Did you say because we're required to?
No.
What did you say?
Oh, that's the truth.
I said because we're required to. Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay.
But it's kind of true. That's the only reason I'd study it.
Yeah, it is kind of true, but there are other better reasons probably that we actually study logic, right? So here were some of the reasons to just refresh your memory to see what is true or false, right? We can be bamboozled if we don't understand logic. We can be bamboozled very easy. To distinguish a habit of thinking in an orderly way. So God is a God of order, and he would like us to be a God of order as well, right? To make wise judgments.
You mean human order? Human order.
What did you say, Simon?
People of order.
People of order.
Because nobody can be God without, dying.
Okay, we're not trying to make ourselves out to be God. We are made in the image of God. And God is a God of order. And he would like us to be a God of order as well. I mean, to be a person of order. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I said it again, didn't I? A person of order. Okay, to recognize truth in advertising. So this right here, I don't know how many of you have been tricked into wanting something because of an error in reasoning, but a lot of times our commercials have nothing to do with the product. It's a gimmick. They get you, and then next thing you know, you remember jingles, you remember people. Are you guys too young to know the lady from Wendy's, Where's the Beef? Do you guys know that commercial?
It was a meme. Like,
where's the beef lady?
Do you guys?
Where's the beef?
No, we're too young for it.
Okay, but next time I'm gonna have to show you guys this commercial.
No, I'm gonna look it up.
No, we don't have time, Simon. We don't have time. So I will definitely bring it in next time because it'll be an example of one of our fallacies. But in short, this woman had to be like in her 80s, maybe her 90s. She was a very, very senior lady. And she goes up to she goes up to another burger place and I don't think we really know what burger place it is. And she lifts up the bun and then she says, "Where's the beef?" And then they do an advertisement for Wendy's, because Wendy's is supposed to have these big luscious burgers, and then that was like so catchy that she is in the American History Museum. She is like in history for advertisement forever because that commercial was iconic.
How long ago was it? Like, is she still alive?
I don't know. She was pretty old when that commercial was out. Um, yeah, I'd have to see. I'm pretty sure she's probably not still with us. Although, I mean, Betty White is still with us, and Betty White is like 100 years old. I think she's 99. Do you guys know who Betty White is?
Betty White.
White. Betty White.
Can't say that I do. No.
Okay. She's
Name sounds familiar.
She's an actress that's been around for a long time. Long time.
Was she a good one?
Yeah, she was. She was on the Golden Girls. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of that show.
I think we're too young for it.
Wait, the Golden Girls, like B and all them. I don't know.
Yes.
I don't know the other ones, but they have those crazy adventures. Like,
yes. So it was 4 senior women. It was a show about 4 senior women, and she is the last one. All 3 have passed away, and Betty White is the last one that's still alive. So we also study logic to decipher campaign speeches. And if we get to some of my examples today, I do have a little snippet from the debate that I would like you guys to see, that it is glaring the fallacy that it is. And I want to see if you guys can figure out which one it is.
Is it ad hominem?
I can't tell you. We have to just try to get there.
Ad hominem and red herring.
I think I can think of an example from a campaign.
Have to try to get there. And so we want to be able to recognize fallacies and arguments with other people. When you guys get to debate and challenge one, then you're really going to have to pay attention to the reasoning. And ultimately, just to become an effective, persuasive communicator. That's why we study logic. Okay, so let's make some observations here. So can I get a reader for this? Go ahead, Grant.
Hillary Clinton campaign. I am qualified to be president because my husband is Bill Clinton.
Okay, what's the argument? No.
well, that's kind of true because her husband was a president, and if her husband was a president, he could pass on the wisdom to Hillary. So
just because I mean, pretty much anyone, a lot of people here like are qualified.
Okay, wait. What's the argument? What is the argument?
I can be president.
We're trying to determine if she is qualified to be president, right?
Anyone could be president. Like, even like Miss Jamia, she could probably be qualified to be president.
Yeah, she is. Right. So here the argument
yeah,
the qualification for presidency. Now, how does she respond?
I'm qualified because somebody completely different from me is qualified to be president.
Right. What does that have to do with her being qualified?
Definitely
red herring.
Right. That's a red herring. Very good. How about this one? Let me get a reader for this one. Go ahead, Daniel.
You may think that he cheated on the test, but look at the poor man. He's got to ace this test to get a full ride to Yale.
Special pleading.
Okay, so what is the argument?
So, is he cheating?
Right. Is he cheating?
Turns out, yes, because you can see the picture.
Well, yes. According to the picture, he is cheating. But now, what's the reason that's given for him cheating?
He got to ace this test to get a full ride to Yale. But like everyone, maybe other people would want a full ride to Yale who aren't going to cheat to get in.
Right. So the whole point of trying to figure out fallacies is so that you don't waste time on the wrong point. So do you see how easy it is? As soon as we did the one for Hillary Clinton, what did you guys start discussing? The fallacy. You started discussing the fallacy, right?
Mhm.
Yes. So the whole point is to not to waste time and go straight to the argument. You would say, what does that have to do with you being qualified? Right?
Yeah.
Yes.
What if he's not cheating? What if he's just looking at his notes just to help him out a little bit on
Those,
his math?
those, I don't know if you can have notes in a test.
Yeah, that does kind of look like notes.
Yeah, for
Oh,
a
so
test,
that's
for a test, let's just say he's
Desperate times call for desperate measures.
okay, guys. So remember, one of our rules is to let people finish their thoughts before you chime in, okay? Okay, so for a test, it's a given that I need you not to be here, please. Not right now.
Yes, this is an amazing comment
Not
that
right
you
now.
made.
Mateo, you taking up my time, boy.
Okay, let's take a poll.
Here, here,
Who
here.
thinks that he's cheating and who thinks?
Okay, we don't have time for a poll. The whole idea is that he was cheating on the test, right? The picture has nothing to do with it. You're giving us another red herring, whether he's cheating or not. He is cheating. But now the reason, the fallacy is that he's got to get into Yale. That has nothing to do with why he's cheating, right? Is he cheating? I mean, is he cheating? Okay, we got to go so fast. Okay, let's get to special pleading. Okay, so we're going to go over the definition of special pleading because I really want to get to these examples. So special pleading now would it falls under red herring, right? But now this is a specific type of red herring. So open up your books to page 39. And I would like someone to read the bold statement on page 39. Is anybody there? Go ahead, William.
Page 39.
This is a double standard or argues for an unjustified exception. He is committing the fallacy of special pleading.
Okay, thank you. So when someone uses a double standard, we call that being kind of a hypocrite, right? Being hypocritical. You can do it, but I can't. That would be that whole judgment thing that it talks about in Matthew 7 about the mote in the eye, that you're accusing somebody of something. Oh, but if I do it, it's okay. You can't do it, right? That's that whole double standard.
Sometimes that is right. It's like a criminal like taking something out of the store and like the manager's taking something out of the store.
That's a lot different than what we're taught. Then I feel like.
Yeah, but still,
Would that still be stealing if an employee takes paper clips out of a store without permission?
If he owns them.
Hold on, I'm talking about an employee. If an employee takes paper clips or whatever out of their office, and then a person that doesn't work there comes and takes it out of their office, but they're both without permission, is that stealing? So then does the employee have the right to make an exception because they're an employee? No. The only way is if they have permission to take it, right? Yes, Grant.
Can I use the restroom?
Yes, you may. Okay, so let's look at two of these for the exercises. We're going to look at number 3 and number 5. Yes, number 3 and number 5. So can I get a reader for number 3? Someone play the dog breeder and someone play the customer.
Can I play the dog breeder that's charging a lot of money for their dog?
Yes.
Oh, maybe they're purebred. Maybe
And
they're.
Kendall, you want to be the customer?
That's not a lot of money for a dog. Is the 1,200, right?
It is a lot of money for a pure. Well, I mean, it depends on the breed.
Yeah, if it's like a purebred, then
It's a little more. It's a little more money than how much my parents paid for Cooper.
Yeah, purebreds usually cost a lot more. Okay, go ahead, dog breeder.
So that's, I guess, a little more than. Well, I don't. Dog breed. My puppies cost $1,200 each.
Could you reduce the price of your puppies to $500 for me? I only want a furry friend to love me.
Okay, so what do we have there? What is that? What fallacy is that?
Special pleading, isn't it?
Yes, it is special pleading. If you remember in the reading, it says that they're usually emotionally involved, right? We're going to learn another fallacy later that really stresses emotion. And so we have to kind of differentiate between special pleading and then this other fallacy that we learn a little bit later. Let's try number 5. I think this is a common one. Tally, can you read number 5 for us?
Sure.
You guys are supposed to have your books open already. Russell, do you have your book open? Your fallacy detective book open?
This is the one I got wrong. I got wrong because it was kind of hard.
Yeah, some of them were tricky.
And I understand now why.
Are you there, Tally? Okay, number 5.
Can I be next? Oh, can I be next to in the bathroom? I have to go bad.
Okay, what do you have there for that one?
I have special pleading.
Yes. So the double standard is what?
Um,
An unjustified exception. So has this happened to you? I think this is pretty common.
yeah.
Especially if you're a parent and you have a little kid and it's a long line and you say, I'm sorry, can my little Susie go to the bathroom? She has to go really bad and she can't hold it, right? And most people will look at you and say, okay. Pregnant women too, right? Pregnant women they should be able to go up front. They usually can't hold it, but pregnant women will also use the same fallacy. It's a very common one.
I don't do anything like that for anybody.
You say no?
I would.
Well, I guess I'll never have to worry about it. I don't plan to be a pregnant woman.
I hope not. Okay, let's look at ad hominem. Let's turn to page 43. Actually, let's turn to page 44 and read the bold on page 44. Go ahead, William.
An ad hominem attack is attacking an opponent's character or his motives for believing something instead of disapproving his argument. Like when the big shrimp said, "Can a shrimp like this run our great country?"
Right. So, and what's not an ad hominem? Let me get somebody to read just the first sentence under not ad hominem on page 45. Go ahead, Kendall.
It is not an ad hominem when someone only questions whether someone else is telling the truth.
Okay, so the difference is attacking a person's character versus now asking a question of whether they're being honest. Right? Although sometimes that could seem like you're questioning their integrity depending on how you ask, right? It could seem like an attack, but you kind of have to get a little bit more out of them to see if it is an actual attack. So before we get to the exercises, because we got about 10 minutes, we got to go to Nearpod.
No. I don't have the Nearpod link anymore. Is it still in the chat?
Yeah, it should still be in the chat. I can put it in there again though.
It's still in there.
Okay.
On my chat, it don't have anything. It says host disabled.
Okay, you see it now?
Oh no, it still says host disabled.
Okay, there it is.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, I think last time, what did we do? What did I have to do last time? Did I play it on each of your individual devices last time?
Yeah, you also shared it on Zoom.
Okay. Let me share it on Zoom. I think we had a problem with some of your devices last time. So go back to your Zoom window. Let me share it. Where is it? There we go.
Students play.
Okay, here we go. I think we didn't hear the volume with it this way. Is that right? We can't hear it.
Yeah, we need to do
Yeah,
it
I can't hear it.
devices. And if not, we can just explain what the video was if anybody can.
Wait, can you try students seeing it? Because maybe now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. Let me try playing it for each of you. Okay, let's see. Can you hear it? I can't hear anything.
I don't see no video.
I see it in Nearpod. I can try and hit the play button and I don't know if it will play for me.
Okay, I think you should be able to hit play on your individual devices, but let me see. I might be able to, it might be in I might be able to open it up on, did I save those links? I hope I did. I don't think I did. I did not. This is not good. I have to troubleshoot these, the sound. If you guys play it, if you hit play on your own devices, do you not hear it?
I can hear it.
I don't even see it.
I hit play and I'm halfway through watching it. I can see it and hear it fine.
Okay, so it's on your individual devices now. You should be able to hit play.
In Nearpod.
Yes, in Nearpod. Do you see it in Nearpod, William?
Miss Gia?
Yes.
When I press play, it don't play at all.
Okay. Let me see if I can do something else really quickly.
But when I press on the blue button, I can see the questions and all that.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. I guess I have.
Jamia, I watched the video. Do I answer the question?
Yes, answer the question, Daniel.
The question.
Where are those two girls at? Here they go.
That was weird.
Yeah, sorry, I can't hear it.
Okay, it's all right, William. I got you. Okay, that's not the right one.
I didn't see the question. I think I might have clicked something by accident, so I don't even know what the question. Are you able to like put it back up or change your answer?
Hang on, we're gonna all watch the video real quick. I still don't hear it. Why do I still not hear
Yeah,
it?
I can't watch the video at all.
Maybe if someone could just share their audio who can hear it, we can just listen to the video.
I can do that if you want.
So, because Simon can just share his audio.
Yeah, please, Simon. Thank you. I need to troubleshoot that sound with the video clips.
Okay, so can you see everything?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Nine.
Hey Isabel, wasn't that homework really hard last night? Yeah, it was pretty hard. Did you get it done? Yeah, always. Can I see it, please? Oh wait, did you watch the football game last night? No, I was trying to work on that paper. So, prove it. I've got it right here. Oh, you wrote your name down. Yeah. I see. I was up all night trying to figure out what to write down, but I couldn't. Oh, hey, Marley. I think I'm at my sister's house when we were watching the football game. Wait, I thought you said you didn't watch the football game last night. I don't even know her. That's fishy. You have a twin? Yeah, she doesn't go here, but I live with her.
Okay,
Gotcha. Anyway,
it's fishy.
I have to go to the library real quick, so.
She was full of fallacies, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Okay, keep that question up for me, Simon, please. How many fallacies did you guys count?
I feel like there are like a lot more than just these.
Right, for the ones that we have learned so far, how many did you count?
Like 4, I think.
Well, there was I clicked special pleading and it said I think incorrect answer, but I think there might have been when she was asking to see her homework.
Right, so all of her fallacies were red herring examples.
Oh, so there were no special pleadings.
No, so if you remember, first she was like, "Can I see your homework?" And how did her friend respond?
I don't know about that, bud.
Like, let me see it or something.
Kendall?
She said to ask if she had seen the football game last night.
Right, she didn't even answer her question. She just was like, "Did you see that football game last night?"
Avoids question.
And then she did one more, which I don't really remember what the other one was, but
She said I have to go to the library.
right, she said that at the end. There was another question that she had asked, and then she did another red herring. And then she was like, "Wait a minute, I thought you said that you didn't go to the football game." And so again, if you focus on the argument, then this young lady could have known. Don't get out, Simon. I want you to play the next one.
Okay, yeah.
Play the next one for us.
There is no next one.
I have to.
Yeah, I can't do anything about it.
Right, I have to forward it. So stop sharing for a minute. Did you stop sharing?
No.
I think you may have accidentally given me remote control.